Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the December 11th meeting of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission. I'd like to call us to order and start with a couple of housekeeping items. So if you have a phone with you, please silence or turn it off. If you're here to speak on an item and are not the applicant, please fill out one of the forms available outside and provide it to Elena or Jared down here in front. When your item is heard, you'll be called to the podium. Please come up, give your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak. If you're here to speak on an item with a large group of people, we encourage you to elect a representative to share your group's concerns, and in those instances, some additional time will be considered for the speaker. Where several speakers on the same item are heard, we just ask that you do your best to limit comments to items that we haven't heard yet, just to avoid extensive repetitious comments. Please direct all your comments and questions to the commission, and if needed, we'll ask for the applicant or staff to respond. Finally, we just want to say thank you for your presence today and the time that you took away from your obligations, and then we just ask for your cooperation in upholding the decorum of the meeting and that you don't speak from the audience. So thank you, and with that, we'll begin. Item 2 is receipt of the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to receive the minutes of November 13th, 2025.
We have a motion to receive the minutes. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
Yay.
And the minutes are received. Next, we have continuance requests, and we'll start with uncontested requests.
See you next time.
Item 29, case C7761, request to defer to January 15th. Item 30, PUD 2110, defer to January 15th. Item 31, case PUD 2123, defer to January 15th. Item 32, SPUD 1799, defer to January 15th. Item 33, case PUD 2121, defer to January 29th. Item 34, case SPUD 1755, defer to February 12th. Item 35, case PUD 2108, defer to February 26th. Item 36, case PC 10967, request to continue indefinitely. And item 37, PUD 2089, also continue indefinitely.
Okay. And I'll just check to make sure there's no one here that wishes to be heard on any of those items. All right, seeing none, we're ready for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the uncontested requests as read.
A motion to approve the uncontested continuance requests. It's been seconded by Commissioner Harrison. Please cast your votes. And those are approved. Item B, new requests.
I have no new requests listed.
All right, no new requests. So we'll move on to item 4, public hearings and the consent docket.
Item number 1 is case C7772, final plat of the Canyons Phase 4. And this is located east of South Sarah Road and north of Southwest 59th Street. Item 2 is case C7773, final plat of Montage Section 4. And this is located north of Southwest 44th Street and west of South Mustang Road. And item 3, case C7774, final plat of Wilshire and Council Business Park. This is located south of West Wilshire Boulevard and west of North Council Road.
Okay, anyone here to be heard on any of the items on the consent docket? Seeing none, we're ready for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent docket.
A motion to approve the consent docket from Commissioner Noble. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the consent docket is approved. All right. Items to be heard individually. We'll start with item 4.
Item 4 is case, there we go. Item 4 is case C7775, preliminary plat of the corridor at Wildwood Hills, located south of Northwest 63rd Street and east of North Santa Fe Avenue.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I am Sean McGraw, Civil Engineering Consultant for the applicant with Civil and Environmental Consultants, 4700 Galardia Parkway. Thank you for your time this afternoon on this. This should be a property that this body should be fairly familiar with. We've gone through the PUD rezoning process, a couple iterations of it, with it ultimately being approved in its current state this last year. This is the first preliminary plat coming out of that PUD rezoning and the single-family portion of that plat. Nothing that you see in front of you with this preliminary plat differs from what was anticipated in the PUD master plan. We reviewed the staff comments and take no exception to the technical evaluations. Therefore, the developer's intent at this point in time is to develop this as a single-phase final plat upon approval here. I can stand for any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Harrison, this is Ward 4. I have a couple folks signed up to speak.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll hear from Victoria Hooks first. Oh, that's Ward 4?
No, I thought you said Ward 7.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Hooks, and I am the president of the Wildwood Hills Heights Neighborhood Association. And we do have some concerns about what is going on. We had questions, and we tried to get in contact with our Ward 7, Chris Harris, but we never got a response from him. And we have questions, and we have concerns. And basically, that's what I'm here to say, but I have another, my vice president, she has questions and stuff, so I'm gonna let her step up and get that done, okay?
Okay. Is this Annetta Bone Burden? Ben.
Yes. Thank you for allowing us this time to bring our concerns forward. Okay. We have received a lot of information at last minute, and we do require some clarification. Would you go get my binder, my little binder deal? Okay. One of the things that we did, we looked at the PUD against, we have two different illustrations here that will tell you where the houses are to be located. In the PUD, it requires on track 1 that you have a 25% of natural space that will be left in this development. This is the final one that we received, and as you can clearly see, there's not 25% of this space allocated as indicated in PUD 2016. Also, in the information we received, there was an indication that the PUD was 2116. We're not familiar with that PUD, so we don't know what that PUD is and what's included in it. The plans to access the development, we're very concerned with the amount of traffic that this development will bring into our neighborhood. One of the incorrect things noted in the PUD, and we don't know who we will deal with on that, is that the neighborhood agreed to have speed humps installed in our neighborhood. We absolutely did not agree with that. For a matter of fact, I spoke before the City Council on January the 28th and clearly stated as a representative of our neighborhood that we did not want speed humps and that there was no supporting information that would justify the city to approve installing speed humps on Wildwood Drive or Braniff. There is no record of wrecks. There is no record of traffic digestion that's in that area. So there's no way that we approve that, and to date, we do not. What we would like to see, and again, because we were unable to get a return call from our commissioner our Ward 7 councilman had recommended that we sit down with the civil engineers and speak to them. So if anything that I'm asking you may seem redundant or whatever, is because we did not have that time prior to. As we understand, this development is proposed on 12 acres. 25% will be 3. And if you have a diagram in front of you, you can see that 3 acres has not been set aside to remain natural. As far as the retention pond that would be located on the southeast of that,
That is the north, it's over on
North.
It's a CA-A.
CA-A. If that is to remain natural, we have concerns as to how water would come in, as well as how they would direct that water out. In that particular area, we have had neighbors that have already had problems when we have a vast influx of rain. And if, in the planning stage, we expect one thing and something else is to happen, we do not want our neighbors to be stuck with trying to get their properties repaired, and that cost go back on to them. We would like to see a reconsideration as to how they enter and exit this development. Since track 2 of the purchase here on 2016 will be apartments, one of the things that was indicated was that the developer was concerned and very sensitive to the intensity of traffic. Well, the way they have this set up, we have 842 houses, estimating 2 cars per house. That's 84 additional vehicles, other than the fact that the 2 main streets, Wildwood Drive as well as Braniff, supports the entire south side of our neighborhood already. They have plans to develop this further. Our recommendation is they reconsider this and looking at entrance and exits off of the I-44 service road.
Okay, Ms. Bimber, that brings us to 5 minutes.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question? Have you had an opportunity to meet with?
We have not, as I said in the beginning, when I reached out to my councilman, what he recommended, and he and I spoke on 3 different occasions, that he would reach out to our planning commissioner so that we could set up that time to meet with the civil engineers.
So you can't meet with the planning commissioner on a preliminary plat. There's no communication with the public.
Okay, well, if that's the case, that's my planning commissioner's responsibility to get back with me on, sir, with all due respect. I'm sorry.
I was just going to make that point, that the reason you probably didn't hear back from your planning commissioner is that we have been informed by our legal department that we do not have that authority to meet with the public on plats, preliminary or final. However, you certainly can meet with the developer, and I, for one, would certainly recommend that that opportunity be afforded to these folks. I mean,
And they were afforded that during the PUD process. I mean, if you remember this PUD, this took months to get through.
I understand that. I understand that, but I mean,
So to move forward.
this is now a separate part of that process.
The plat itself, the PUD, itself, that's what the planning, that is what we met backwards and forwards on. This specific detailed information, no, sir, we did not.
And so I think we should let the applicant come up and
Yeah.
answer the question.
I'm getting ready to request 2 things. Number one, I appreciate you all explaining that we can't speak when it comes to this particular matter directly to the public.
I'm
But
sorry?
I would like for Mark, if possible, to address maybe a question or 2 that we have, or be able to set up a time where this conversation could be had. But as of right now, everything stands as is in place as it should be.
And to your point, and yours, as a resident in Ward 7, my responsibility is to reach out My responsibility is to make sure that I utilize the people who have been put in place. If I'm given incorrect information, again, my councilman directed me here. If that was wrong, we still should have been contacted in some way.
Yeah, I don't think it was wrong. I
Okay.
didn't mean to indicate that.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Zitzow, Johnson & Associates, 1 Sheridan Avenue. Our firm was not engaged on this portion of the project, but if there are questions in terms of the PUD, what was agreed to with the neighbors, I'm happy to attend a meeting or be any assistance I can be to them.
I think that would be a great idea.
So I'd like to give the applicant, which is what CEC, an opportunity to respond to some of the things that you heard, the questions. Ms., if you could come to this other podium, Sean. Thank you. You heard a number of items that they're seeking clarification on. If you can provide any additional information on that, that'd be helpful.
Sure.
Well, that was just part, so that's because we only have a time limit. I do believe that a meeting would be beneficial because we have way more concerns than this.
And
but
we'll
in
get there.
respect of
We'll get
time,
there. I just want him to respond to anything that he can right now, and then we'll go from there.
Yes. Ma'am, so I am the civil engineer for the job. I hadn't heard that specific request, but certainly I'll give you my contact information at the conclusion of this meeting, and we can certainly set up anything else. Yes, I was present at a lot of at a few of the community connections meeting that Mark Zitzow had referenced during the PUD process. So there was, and kind of going back and consulting with my client, 4 to 5 in-person meetings, another virtual meeting, and other meetings to give feedback. And certainly there was an original PUD that came forth and it was revised. The original PUD was a multifamily only type of PUD. And then this piece was kind of added to kind of transition the buffer in between the existing neighborhood to what will eventually be the multifamily. So I think what and we don't have any, I don't have any information on the PUD 2116. I think that may be potentially a clerical error. Okay. So no speed humps is going to be as a part of our public plans that we're going to do for the public roadway on this final plat. And then entrance and exits, I think that was something that was negotiated a lot with the city staff on in terms of having the 2 entrances, 2 exits. What is a part of the PUD is an agreement to have the multifamily be completely accessed from the I-44 corridor. So it's just specifically these 42 lots. What was eventually approved at the PUD was almost exactly what this looks like, with the exception of we have reduced from 44 lots to 42 lots to increase the size of the detention area after we did some preliminary
this
calculations.
is what was approved, and if you can see there in the front, you have the 20, it appears to be 25%. That would be left natural area. This is what you're now proposing. That information in that area is no longer applicable. That's the next thing is the PUD that was there before this one that's here now. So it did include individual properties as well as multifamily. So that was in both PUDs. All right, just okay. Thank you.
So our question, I think, to you is, would you be willing to defer this and sit down with the neighbors? And I appreciate Mr. Zitzow's offer to be included in that and meet with them and make sure that they have all the most current information and are,
I will go back to our developer. I would assume that he's met with them before, and we'd be happy to meet again.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from commissioners? Okay. And then just to reiterate, Planning Commission members are not allowed to be a part of those meetings, so that'll have to happen outside of any coordination with Commissioner Harrison. So.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the January meeting, I believe, is January 15th. We want to defer this.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer to the January 15th meeting
Okay.
to allow the community time to access a conversation with the developer.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Harrison to defer the item to the January 15th meeting.
Give it to me. There we go.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes. And that item is deferred. Item 5.
Item 5 is a resolution of the Planning Commission approving the proposed 5-year capital improvement plan for FY '26 through 2030.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Akins from the Budget Office. And we met back on November 14th with a study session and work session. You received your books on the proposed 5-year capital plan, and we're here today to seek your recommendation and approval to move it forward to council for next Tuesday and entertain any questions you may have.
Anyone have any questions? All right, we appreciated the presentation that we received last month, and I think we're ready for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the resolution, the Local and City Planning Commission, the Capital Improvements Plan, fiscal year 2026-2030.
A motion to approve the resolution from Commissioner Noble. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. The resolution is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 6.
Item 6 is case SP 604, application for a special permit to operate the automotive and equipment automobile dealerships and malls use unit in the C3 district, located at 908 Southeast 44th Street.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Radisich, 5717 Northwest 132nd Street. We've amended our site plan and sent that back to the city. And with that, I'd open up to any further questions you may have.
All right. Commissioner Privet, this is Ward 4.
Yeah. Could you just go over what was changed mainly from the previous one?
Yeah, the last time we were here is when you had to step out. Last time we were here, we were asked to include all the additional parking spaces, and so now the parking spaces, the landscaping have all been delineated. Additionally, we've included up front that we're going to have the 5 visitor parking spots, 10 additional spots there, and then the additional parking spots in the back.
Okay. We have anybody signed up to speak?
I do not have anyone signed up to speak. I see the survey, but I don't see anything that's designated as like display space, or do we have a number of how many spaces will be used for display space versus visitor parking?
It's roughly 15 to 20.
Okay.
And so there's only 25 total spaces there, or I believe 30 actually. And so we have the 5 delineated for visitor, and then the rest will be display vehicles.
It's pretty small. I see it on the exhibit, 5 visitor.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, when I went back to Mr. D, he told me it'd be small. I see now how small it is up there.
Okay.
Well, however small it is, try to squeeze in some landscaping.
All right. Or you could use some landscaping.
All right, are we ready for a motion? Or any other comments?
Yeah, I got you. A little green. Oh, and then up at the front too. Okay. Yeah, I move to approve SP 604.
Motion from Commissioner Privet to approve the special permit, recommend approval of special permit. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. Those items recommended for approval.
Thank you very much.
Item 7.
This is case PUD 1418 SB02, application for a specific plan pursuant to the approval of PUD 1418, located at 11501 Northwest Expressway.
Good afternoon, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South State Road. On behalf of the application, this is the application for a specific plan at 11501 Northwest Expressway. It is in conformance with the PUD, and we would ask for your approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
This is my ward. I don't have any questions or comments. Anything else from commissioners? All right, I think we're just ready for a motion.
I will make a motion to recommend approval of PUD,
It's an approval of a specific plan.
approve PUD 1418 SB02.
And I'll just note for the record that staff's review of the specific plan for the development indicates the proposal is consistent with PUD 1418 Master Design Statement and the Master Development Plan. That's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
There it
And that
is.
specific plan is approved. Thank you. Item 8.
Item 8 is SPUD 1793, application to rezone 3407 South Shields Boulevard from R1 to SPUD 1793.
Mark Zitzow, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before you is a case where we're requesting an existing home be converted into a fourplex. If you could go to the site plan, thank you. Our client has agreed to improve the alley down to the southern property line of the SPUD. And so all the parking is behind the rear of the structure. The intent is to preserve the structure, and we've maintained the existing narrow driveway out to Shields. We received no phone calls or protests. It's my understanding that maybe some folks have signed up to speak. Happy to hear from them, but we would ask for your approval on this application. There are 2 TEs. We agree to both of them.
Okay. Commissioner Govine, this is Ward 6, and as Mr. Zitzow mentioned, I do have 2 folks signed up to speak.
Okay, well, let's hear from the people signed up.
Okay. Is it Mandy Emerson? Marty?
I'm gonna let him talk.
Okay. Is this Daryl Stevenson? Okay.
My name's Darrell Stevenson. I live at 3415 South Shields Boulevard. I've lived on this block 30 years. I've owned 2 homes on the block. I've lived there longer than anyone. The house in question, by the way, sorry. The house, there are 3 resident homeowners on this block. There are 5 structures. One's a long-term renter. One is the structure we're discussing, okay? It's always been a problem. It's always been Section 8, drugs, prostitution. Homeless people have burned it down once. It's always been a problem. We're talking about putting 4 low-income families onto 1/16 of an acre. Probably 6 to 8 cars, children, pets, on a 1/16 of an acre in the middle of a residential block. Unacceptable. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a 32nd of an acre for each family.
All right. Mr. Zitzow?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think if there were concerns about the condition of the property, it being redeveloped would probably help a lot of the issues that he addressed. We're happy to continue conversations through to City Council, but at the end of the day, I think it's a fairly straightforward request that the staff has reviewed, found in conformance with the comprehensive plan, and ultimately recommended approval. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, well, I appreciate the concerns on the property. I mean, I tend to agree that someone's intends to put investment in the property. They wouldn't agree to improve the alley to Southeast 33rd if they were just going to keep it as a flop house. So I think the best thing that can happen is that this property is developed and managed properly. You know, there are ways of dealing with nuisance properties and illegal activities that's beyond the purview of what we're here to decide, which is a zoning request. So I believe that on Shields, it's a very busy commercial street. Going from a single family to a quadplex is not a drastic change. And retaining the existing structure is also preferable, in my opinion, than wiping it out and building something that could be even larger and more difficult to control a limited number of tenants. So I'm in support of the application, and that's my thoughts. So I'll open it up for other concerns or comments from other commissioners.
Yeah, I'll comment rather than simply voting no. I'll say why first. I think this is as small as a residential lot gets, I think. So while you say it's not that drastic of a change, I think it is to go to 4, a quadruplex. I don't know that there's any, you said it'll be developed and managed properly. I don't know that we have any assurance of that. It's an existing structure. They may just be putting more people into the same structure. It's not a corner lot. If this was in a lot of other areas of the city, I would typically be against a 4-plex on the smallest lot that we have. So also in this location and with the comments I heard, I think that's, I don't like it on this small of a lot.
The whole time that they've been building this place, we've been taking care of it for years. We mow the grass, we pick up the trash. When they started building on it, I now have the remains of the cement where they blocked off a wall. My house, when I come out, all I see is a wall that's got 4 or 5 different colors. All the windows and are all boarded up. It's nothing but a drug place. Like he said, for prostitution, they use my bus bench for their drug action. We had one incident where a lady took all her clothes off and was playing with the bus bench as it was a man. The police showed up and they made her put her clothes on and sent her on her way. This is what we're putting up already. You can imagine what it's going to be like if they put 4 families in there.
I have a question.
Hold on before that, sir. Ms. Emerson, I need to ask you to give your name and address for the record, please.
Maudie Emerson, 3401 South Shields Boulevard. I have a big 2-story, 14-room house.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Emerson.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Stevenson.
My question is, they've forged ahead on the construction of this house. It's nearly complete. And now we're here asking if they can move people in. What's up with that? Why did they move ahead with the building before they had permission to move people in it?
Yeah, we can't answer that.
I'd like
we
to
don't
know.
Well,
It's like he almost knew that he was going to get permission to move people in it.
Well, they shouldn't have moved forward with construction without a building permit, and they shouldn't have a building permit to construct something it's not zoned for. So I can't explain how we got there and don't have that background. With all due respect to the concerns, I still believe that developing the property and with the improvements that are proposed, including a full surface parking lot, off-street parking, and alley improvements, I do not believe that that's going to be left as a flop house and just move more people in. So I think the best thing that can happen to reduce the nuisance and antisocial behavior that's going on is to have people living there, paying rent and keeping their eyes on the street and patrolling their own homes and living space, which is, no one wants to be broken into or have crime happening outside their house, no matter what their income is. And we're not basing our decisions on what people's income might be.
I know Commissioner LaForge expressed the concern about 4 units. Does anyone else share that?
And before that, maybe I'll just say, and I'm actually with Commissioner Govine a lot, it's a duplex. I could see new refresh and eyes and safety and whatever. It is the quadruplex, I feel like, is my problem. So back to any other commissioners, but I agree with the other comments.
I have kind of a little bit of concerns about, when I first looked at this too, about the density on the size of the lot. This is a tough one for me because I also agree with redeveloping it and putting an investment in it is probably going to improve the situation from what it is now.
I would just note, from a lot size standpoint, this is a standard size inner city lot. This is 33 blocks south of downtown, right down Shields. We're on a significant street. I mean, Shields is a major arterial. We're taking access off the back of it. If you go into Mesta Park, Heritage Hills, Gatewood, Lincoln Terrace, you will find 4plexes in all of those neighborhoods on similar sized lots. We do not believe we are trying to do anything more dense than what historic context would typically have allowed in neighborhoods like this.
And is this a two-story structure and you're anticipating 2 units on the ground floor, 2 units on the second floor?
Yes.
I have quadplexes on similar size lots, blocks from me in mixed density neighborhoods, and, you know, the added bonus of this is they've solved the parking, so it's not putting it on someone else's adjacent street or blocking other people's property. So when I reviewed the case, I felt that that was an important part of what helps sway me that this is appropriate, in my opinion.
Okay.
You've swayed me, actually.
Final
The
thoughts?
alley makes a difference for me. I'm barely in favor of this one. I don't love it for this small, but the comments about all the things happening there, it's got to be cleaned up in other ways with law enforcement and phone calls, and I hope that cleans up, but barely in favor of this because the alley and the parking was resolved, but boy, this is tough. Maybe there's more quadplexes on 0.16 acres than I'm familiar with, but okay.
Okay. Ma'am, no, sorry. I'm sorry, no speaking from the audience, and you've had your time.
I'm prepared to make a motion. I'm going to move to recommend approval of SPUD 1793.
We have a motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend this item to City Council for approval. That's been seconded by Commissioner Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes.
And that was subject to the TEs?
Subject to the technical evaluations.
Thank you.
And that is recommended for approval. So it does go to City Council in approximately 8 weeks, so you have an opportunity to share your concerns with them at that time. Item 9.
Item 9 is SPUD 1613 SP01, application for a specific plan regarding the proposed sign package for the boardwalk at Bricktown located at 4th East Reno Avenue.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before you is the sign package that was submitted through a specific plan application. So this is slightly different than a normal specific plan that you're used to seeing on the agenda. If we go back to 2024, this commission and ultimately the City Council voted to approve the boardwalk at Bricktown SPUD. Within that, at this body, we negotiated specific signage language, so we weren't quite at the point where we could pin down exactly what it would look like. And there was, I think, significant concern over signage on the main tower, the tallest tower. And so what the architects have done, and Rob is here today and will walk you through the sign package, has tailored it based on the comments and the feedback that we've heard. And so he's going to walk you through the sign package. At the end of the day, we do believe that we conform to the language that was in there, but we did give specific approval to this body to review it and ultimately approve it before we can move forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob and let him walk you through this package.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Rob Budetti with AO Architects. I'm happy to walk you through page by page. I don't know how you'd like for me to present it because it is 70 pages. I believe the task at hand from the previous hearing, I think there was an approval of, I think it was, I have it on the last page, about 450,000 square feet of total signage in the development. And the way that the approval read is no more than that. We've come back, we've removed the signs off the I'll just call it the super tall tower. There will be a lighting element to it similar to Devon Tower, a couple of others. But we removed everything from there, and we're at about 70%. Our proposal is about 70% of what was approved in terms of total area. And the way that, and the other request was, to work with staff to kind of develop this. And so we've presented this to staff, walked them through it, picked up additional corrections, and that's where we are today. So I'm happy to walk you through the whole thing, or if you have questions. I don't know how best to present it just because of the length of the document.
Can I recommend that you skim through very quickly on all the pages that are basically the same? It's a building identification sign. You may have answered my question, but I mean the signage on the tower is in the package I have. So I was that was my one main issue I was confused about.
That's not still in the new, I think that was attached as what was approved. Those were the 2 pages
Okay.
that were from last, or the June before last, I believe.
Okay.
And so those are completely out of this sign package that's in front of you today.
Okay.
So the only signs on the super tall tower are tower identity signs. So, the current name is Legends Tower, so that sign would be on there. If a hotel goes on there, and basically the way this is written is to allow flexibility with guide rails so that as it comes back to staff, they have a way to approve it. So it actually is probably more signage than will ever exist on there, but we don't know where it's going to be.
Yeah.
So we've set height limits, width limits, and with that, it creates a large area, but every sign will not be filling the maximum height width that's allowed, just from a aesthetic approach.
You guys want to hear? Should you do a quick?
And for me, I just wanted a number too. Is the 90,000 square foot kind of the number?
If you go to the last page in this, we can just kind of walk through high level. Yeah, it's like page 77, or it just summarizes the various sign types, total areas, and then what was in the original SPUD. That's too far. Yeah. All right, one more up, I believe. So here's an overall summary of the various signs. We've broken it down into, like I said, monument sign and the external wayfinding, which is, a ground sign that calls it, Boardwalk at Bricktown, that kind of stuff. Parking entrances and those types. So the first section addresses those type of signs. The next section is the tower identity side. Just like I said, with the height, some of these signs are 50 feet tall or 30 feet tall, so they seem huge, but they're 300 feet in the air. So it's a scale issue relative to the building, so that they're readable from the ground. And then we break down, the next sections are the actual tenant signage, whether it's a hotel, a retailer, a restaurant, which limits the size and scale of those. And those are much smaller. I think the maximum height in those areas are 5 feet. And then there's a section where we go through and just define all the signage types that are allowed, not allowed. Similar to the sign program you guys have at the city today. And then I think the last piece, which is the largest area, almost a third of the area, is the LED signage that's designed from the podium down, which is about 80 feet tall. The first 3 levels of this project are retail, mixed use, part of the hotel uses. The next 5 to 7 are parking levels. So really the LED signage is helping, create a sense of place, but also to help screen the parking levels of the building. And then from there, the real buildings start, all the towers start. So the first 80 to 90 feet is retail base and, anywhere from 5 to 8 levels of parking, I believe.
Well, I'm not sure who else has concerns, but I think it would be helpful to see some of the key images that to put the.
Sure.
So you can talk to an actual something that we're looking at that shows what you're saying. The
I'm
one thing
assuming it's the LED piece of it, or because the rest are regular signs. So.
Let me.
Sorry.
I'm interested in you explaining how the 90,000 square feet of the tower identity signage can be used. I know it's flexible, but that's
sure.
the concern. Sure. It's too flexible.
I think that's the second section.
But and then others might have questions about the LED and the base and the podium. But I'm personally. You said it was removed, but you still have 90,000 square feet to play with. So,
Yeah.
so I want to know more about that.
If you go to you'll see on the elevations, they're basically 4 signs, word signs, like Legends Tower. One time they were thinking of call it a Hyatt, condos at Hyatt or residences at Hyatt, those type of signs. So no LED signs.
Talk us through page by page.
Sure.
Let's look at what you're talking about.
So if you go to the next page.
If you don't mind, let's start with, am I missing it? The very first page which is the most
Those-
unusual
that
one?
is
We're
not in
supposed to
s-
disregard the first page.
Those are what you approved, or what was approved 18 months ago.
When we weren't talking about signs, when we were talking about a building or something?
No, you were talking about signs, but there was not enough information, so it was, basically, it was, the vote was to have us work with staff with the guidelines that were not to exceed what was in the original SPUD application, which was 430,000 square feet of total signage.
So those images were included in the SPUD to provide an absolute cap on what would be permitted, which is why they're in your packet, because they're part of the original SPUD.
So the approval, the package that's being approved starts with our very first page of the sign. So those 2 pages were for reference. Because they are the original submittal from a year and a half or almost 2 years ago. So yeah, if you want to, this is fine, you can start with here. So this identifies the various faces that a sign could be. So you could see on the super tall tower, they could have a sign on all 4 sides. The 2 residential towers in the upper left, we only have on 3 sides because the other sides are blocked by other buildings, so it just doesn't make sense to put a sign there. And then the upper right is the hotel tower, and same, it could have signs on all 4 sides. We're not sure what they want, so like I said, this really is requesting flexibility where they want to sign with guardrails on the maximum it can be. If you go to the next page, this is the areas of them, but if you go to the elevation, I think it will help these.
Okay.
So you can see that we've identified where the signs actually physically would be and the size of them, and they're all, like I said, they're letter signs, not LED signs. And so they're internally lit building signs like you see.
That is specified, that these are not LEDs.
Yes, if you go up, it talks about so it says, well, no, I guess it doesn't say that specifically, but we could add that to it, that they're not LED signs, they're signs. It used to say Legends Tower. Like I said, at one point, we were looking at Residence by Hyatt, and so, we had some names on the original package.
That what they say is not as
Yeah.
much of a concern to me as how they say it.
Well, and I want to make sure that we're using correct terminologies, because LED is a type of light, which the bulbs, the lamps can be LED. That light, are you referring to
He's talking
video?
about EMD is, I think, what he
You're talking
really
about
means.
EMD.
So, yeah.
You're saying they're like a static channel letter?
Yes.
So their static sign is,
Yes.
okay.
And yes, I think that needs to be specified.
Yes.
We can clarify that.
And
It may further down when we get to the section. I'll look while we're going through questions. But it basically, like I said, it's really to identify. That's why you see the signage. It's the lettering is really the intent is to identify, Dream Hotel or the Legends Tower or Ruby Tower, that type of stuff. Not the EMDs. And so we could specify that in this package, if it's not already. Like I said, I think it may be covered in another area.
Can everybody nod so he realizes that we all think that that's a good idea?
Yeah, I agree, that's a good idea.
I'm fine with that. And like I said, it may be in here, I'm just, I have to go check it.
I appreciate that what we're hearing is that this is proposing the locations of the signs, but the note on the page also says final location to be determined later. So general placement, I guess we can say within the purple is the general, but not outside of the purple?
I think what it is, well, the size, but maybe, like, especially on the super tall tower, maybe that comes down a few floors, up a few floors, but it's generally at the top of the tower, and then one mid-span. So we haven't identified, like floor 40 is the sign. Part of it is we're trying to give some flexibility with the tenants, or the user that comes in and says, I need a sign here, I don't want a sign here. And so this really is, like I said, it may look a little overreaching, but we're trying to put something in place that gives you guys the ability to judge what's going on, but the tenant's ability to get a sign where they think it's important, for the success of their brand or their service.
So let's take a pause right there just for a moment. I'll say this and then I'll get it out of the way. I'm not sure that we made the best decision about how to go about this process of approval. This specific plan process puts us in this situation where we're here, the lights are on, people are sitting on those hard benches waiting for their cases to be called. And, we're having to go through a lot of technical detail. This is a lot of information, even though all of us, I'm sure, were up late last night going through it. I know I was. To have to digest and talk about and negotiate around this horseshoe. So moving forward, maybe we find a different way to do that. But the question most relevant now, or maybe not, you don't think so?
The only reason why I was kind of saying no is because this would then come to the Board of Adjustment.
No.
For five people to try to deal with as a variance.
That's not what I mean at all.
I think it's better here.
But the question is whether, even now, with this particular application, whether it's too soon. I mean, we're having to approve a pretty big envelope in order to provide them with enough flexibility to go lure tenants. And it's hard for them, and I'm not faulting you for it, to say with any specificity at this point in the process what they're really going to want or need. But nonetheless, one of the things they want and need is our approval for a pretty big envelope. And that makes me very uncomfortable.
I agree and I haven't missed that many planning commission meetings in the last few years, but when this was approved was one that I wasn't here for, and I deeply regret that. But not that I don't support the development, but yeah, it's a specific plan, but it lacks specificity.
It does.
And that is a concern. So why even come back now? Because you still don't know that much. So what is it that is? Why is this approval needed today when the tenants are still trying to figure out who's operating? Why doesn't it say Omni Hotel or Crown Plaza?
Sure, because that's part of the negotiations, and that's why we're trying to get it approved now so that we can go when they negotiate and say, you're going to be allowed to get the signage you would like. Signage is very important, especially on the retail level and the hotels, less on the residential towers, it just has the name of the tower. But it's a very important part of the leasing process and the deals, that knowing how they're going to get to, brand their hotel in this development. And it's a very important component to the deals, quite frankly.
And that makes sense. I understand that logic with regard to the podium, the low-rise, the commercial, the parking, the tower identities. Some of my concern is that we're basically, if people are only leasing because they can get a giant billboard on the super tall tower, we're approving billboards. We're not really, that's not a building signage thing, and the flexibility is making me a little uneasy that.
Well, the flexibility, like I said, I'm happy to write in there that these are signs, that no electronic boards. These cannot be electronic signs. These are physical built metal channel lit signs like you see on the other high rises in the area. And so I'm happy to do that. There is no intent that these are LED signs. The LED signage or the EMD signs, really the last section, which was, as I mentioned, the podium down, similar to the signs that they're going to be putting on the arena or the multi-purpose arena. That kind of LED graphics, it's really just kind of creating a sense of place in the community that's maybe a little different.
I would just also note that the SPUD does not allow billboards. It's noted specifically in there, so none of the signage on here can be an off-premise sign.
Yeah,
but it's brand advertising, but yes, they are also tenants. But yeah, I appreciate all that, and I appreciate what the development's trying to do, and it's a new district that's emerging with the stadium and Riversport, and so it's not that I'm not in support of it, but I think we need to be cautious on what's happening.
Just as an aside, this is written very much the way your sign code is today. It's very prescriptive so that you can only go so wide, so high, certain areas. And so it's written the same way. It's just, I mean, obviously different language, but it's similar to your code today because it has to be, it's not vague. It's just, like you said, there are guardrails. You know, a retailer cannot be more than 5 feet tall and 80% of his facade. So if he has 20 feet facade, he gets a 16-foot wide sign, no more than 5 feet tall. So it's very prescriptive when you boil it down. We're responsible to try to guess where they want signs and put that into a package that we can get approved so that you guys have the guardrails in place to judge submittals against, really. And so it's written very much like your sign code is today. Like I said, different, obviously different areas. Your sign code is different, but it's as vague as your sign code in terms of vagueness.
Okay, got it. Mr. Chair, I don't think I'm comfortable with this yet either. It's similar to what these commissioners have mentioned. That's half of it. Well, the first half is sort of some of the uncertainty that you keep talking about and saying final location to be determined later, and it just doesn't feel good yet. The first time I've said this, I've been on the commission a while, but feel like we give recommendations to City Council a lot. This is not going to City Council. I don't think this is final with us. It's the first time I've felt I would like a recommendation from the City Council or feedback from the City Council, from the mayor, from the city, from citizens. I don't feel comfortable that this feels like a big enough one. This is a really big deal for the city of Oklahoma City, and right now I'm not ready to say yes to this now and live with it. We never do that. The City Council does not give us recommendations, but some sort of feedback. They hear from citizens a lot, and I need more information before I'm comfortable with what I'm seeing here.
Well, it is a downtown design committee jurisdiction, right?
It is, so what I would say though is City Council, when they approved the SPUD, that was them giving you the authority and approval to review this application. It won't go back to them. You are final say in this regard. With it being in an SPUD, we are not within the downtown design review or Bricktown review districts. This is in its own SPUD.
You know, what I'd hoped to get out of this today, I echo a lot of your thoughts, was to really get a better understanding of this and then potentially move it down the road a little way so that we have a time to discuss it and think about it a little bit more, because this is going to be a huge impact on Oklahoma City and something that we've never seen before, and I think it is a major decision just from the way it's going to change the skyline.
What I'm not necessarily comfortable with is proving it all at once. Much like we saw on other developments, we would get a specific plan for each kind of retailer. So I almost think approaching this as more of a phase, and I don't know if you break it up into the specific sign types or if you break it up into the buildings or what, but I almost want to see this incrementally phased.
You mean maybe, for example, the two big differences are the base, what's going on at the base versus what's going on here at the top that can be seen from 20 miles away?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a complicated way, but it's a way. It's gonna require a lot of time, but that's probably warranted. I mean, let me give an example. Say we don't know who's coming into this. Say, I won't pick a company, but Jim Bob's, sports gambling website wants to rent an office floor so they can get a giant bet online gambling. So does the city want to have a big online gambling sign on the side of our building that can be seen from Shawnee? And so that makes me nervous. So if it's a hotel, we understand certain brands, we understand buildings have to have signage, but who's in the building? It could be any tenant. Any tenant could take a few floors.
Just to be clear, any sign that could have something like that is limited to, I'm going to say about 80 feet. I don't remember the exact number, but basically it's the podium down. So all signage that could have a sign for,
only the
off-white
Choctaw.
betting it would be below,
So only the chalk
like on an
dimension.
LED screen or an EMD screen. So, and every sign that comes in has to get approved through you guys. So you're not
Okay.
approving signs.
That's where I was going
Yeah,
with this. Is
every-
this a principle, this is a framework, and then when you will have many more specific plan
Right.
submissions that show, okay, now it's going to be Walmart.
So let's
or
call it
Hobby
Dream
Lobby.
Hotel is one of the thought hotels, right? So
However, I don't know
They
that
would
we're going to
submit it.
have the right to deny a gambling site, and you say we'll have another look at it. I have a feeling we could be challenged if we're saying, no, we don't like gambling. We're good with a pot store advertising up there, but not a gambling store. I don't know that we really will have that authority.
Yeah, I guess I meant
You wouldn't have
the
authority
definition
over.
of advertising, I guess.
Yeah, you wouldn't have authority over the tenant, you'd have authority over the area. And so I think
Yeah.
maybe where we were headed was, this is our sign code that we are attempting to go by, and if it's the will of the commission to bring the final signage back when we submit it, that's fine, but I think at the end of the day, what the design team is needing is to know what the parameters are, and that's the intent of this package, is to act as the sign code that is reviewed when an individual tenant comes before you.
And my comments, I'll just be clear about this, were not intended to stop this discussion. We definitely need to keep going here, in my view, but I'm not sure we're going to reach a final decision today. So knowing that, I think we should keep going. Keep going.
In which direction?
Yeah.
Weren't we going page by page?
Oh, understood.
In an overview, sure, we can hear more.
Absolutely.
That might make sense. Maybe not, you've been a little wordy, maybe get through it a little quicker.
No, I'm
Yeah, just
I'm here.
specific signs, and to Commissioner Powers and others, I agree with Mr. Zitzau's statement of the design team needs a framework to work within, and they have to keep moving. There's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of people that work on these projects, and they have to have confidence that they can propose ideas to a lot of different potential tenants. So I do appreciate the need to give them some of a steer that helps keep things moving, as long as I think we have, that the guardrails are there in some meaningful way that you can still push back on things that we don't agree with later, if that were to occur.
So is it possible, maybe what makes sense is we move this to the end of the docket, let everyone get through, we can get together, note the slides that we're specifically going to talk about so we can keep it short, succinct, to the point, take your feedback and see where we're at the end of the meeting? That way we're not in the middle of.
I'm in favor of
I like that
Not just
suggestion.
for the rest of the audience, but so that you'll be able to flip through it quicker.
Images are good, and numbers.
And a lot of them are blow-ups of it, so I
Yeah.
think we can get through the sections reasonably quick. The rest is just, it's such a big
Yeah.
project, you have to break it up.
Let's do that. Do
Okay.
we need a motion to do it?
All right.
If so, I'll make
Well,
one.
we don't, I don't think we need a motion, we can just move it. So we'll just move this to the end of the docket, and we'll move on to item 10.
Thank you.
Item 10 is SPUD 1797, application to rezone 801 Northwest 69th Street
You might as
from
well call your-
R1 and I2.
We have an applicant present. Yeah, he's in the back. He thought he had more time.
Sorry, 1800 South Sarah, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the application. This is a spud that it's an I-1 spud. Property's currently zoned I-2 and R1. Two separate pieces of property. We've joined it into one zoning, and it's between 69th and 70th on the west side of Chartel. We are asking for a I-1 base zoning in the spud for a small office development consistent with what is happening in the area. We agree with the TEs. Be happy to answer any questions. We ask for your approval.
All right. Commissioner Powers, this is Ward 2. You want to lead the discussion?
Sure. Those of you who've been through this process with me a few times will remember that this is just a crazy area over here. It's got everything from, as you can see, I-2 to current and ongoing residential development, both single family, multifamily. I mean, there's just everything in the world going on over here. This this corner of it, this northeast corner of it, is firmly industrial. There's no question about that in my mind. So, and it's already zoned I-2. So just the fact that it's backing off of that, already recommends it favorably to me. When I went and looked at it, there are some things like, commentary I could make about what I'd like to see out there, but why wouldn't we? Is there anybody signed up to speak?
I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Do my fellow commissioners have any comments or concerns, questions? If not, I'm going to move approval for item number 10, SPD 1797.
We have a motion to recommend to City Council from Commissioner Powers.
Oh, sorry, here.
It's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes. That item's unanimously recommended to council. Item 11.
Item 11 is SPUD 1801, application to rezone 7225 North Classen Boulevard from I-2.
Mark Grubbs, on behalf of the application, this is currently an I-2 spud on the west side of Classen, between 71st and 72nd. It was brought to my attention yesterday by Ms. Powers that there was a little bit of confusion. We originally came in at I-2. Staff requested that we back it off to I-1. We thought there were some signage issues because we thought the existing billboard was still on the property. Found out Ms. Powers was confused because there was no billboard on the property, so I called my client. Evidently, they took that down and no longer need that. I agreed yesterday that we would back this down to an I-1 spud, so I guess that would just need to be a TE. We agree with all the other TEs and would ask for your approval.
Any other questions or comments? I know one of the things that I had is I'd like to see the buildings front Classen and have the parking behind, but
They're going to move that way. I didn't revise the SPUD exhibit because it's just an exhibit, but
okay.
I can tell you that the property on the south is already for contract. They've already drawn the building in. It's already moved forward to the east, and the parking is moving behind the building as we speak. So.
Great to
And
hear.
I mean, and we agreed to the comment that to reduce the setback if the buildings were pushed out. So.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I agree with that comment.
Awesome.
Is there any I-2 uses we need to look out for or remove, or is it just automatic?
It's automatic.
It's for adding a TE to make it based off
And
of?
I think they had already done that. They had already gone through with staff and backed it down. Am I right about that, Sarah? So,
Okay.
I don't think there are any more that we need to look at here. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, okay. Anybody signed up to speak?
No.
If any comments or questions from my fellow commissioners other than those I've heard? No? Okay, then I'm going to move approval. Item number 11, SPUD 1801, reducing the base zoning district from I-2 down to I-1. And we're going to add a TE that the parking will all go on the west.
I prefer not to, but I think it's going to develop that way. It's currently drawn that way. I wouldn't want to hamstring them, but. And I haven't discussed that, with them, but we've already received drawings from the architect, building footprints, and revised it for that southern portion. And that would be the only way to really develop the rest of it once that does that, so.
Well, so we're going to add a TE, and you can fight your way out of it between now and city council if your client doesn't like it. How about that? Okay?
That'll be fine.
Okay. That's my motion.
All right, so we have a motion to recommend approval, the item to City Council, subject to the technical evaluation, that the parking will be developed on the west side of the property.
And backing it down from I-2 to I-1.
And backing it down from I-2 to I-1.
Okay.
That's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that is unanimously recommended to City Council. Item 12.
Item 12 is case SPUD 1795, application to rezone 5513 South Independence Avenue from SPUD 1346, PUD 562, and AE2.
Yes, I'm Chuck Twyville with SRB Engineering, 100 Northeast 5th Street, Oklahoma City. And yeah, we just want to rezone this to a spud so we can have just a parking lot there because the original PUD didn't allow standalone parking. And this is overflow parking for the St. Andrew Church across the street. So we'll be available for any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Govine, this is Ward 6. I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay. I don't have any issues with this. It's a parking lot and a community garden. No other uses are proposed or requested. They'll provide new sidewalks on South Independence Ave. Setbacks, lighting, parking, drainage are all per code and in line with city standards. So I'm in support of the case. Any questions?
I just had one. I mean, looking at this, the drive is kind of offset from the drive across the street, and I wonder if anyone agrees that they should be aligned.
There's a large electrical box right there to prevent us from lining it there, right on the south side of our proposed drive. There's a large electrical box right there. It's kind of an obstruction.
Okay.
It is more of a neighborhood street with, you know, it ends at Southwest 59th. So I'm not a traffic engineer, but I'm speculating that maybe it's not as bad of an issue with the alignment in this particular arrangement.
It's not a deal breaker. It'd be nice if it could happen, but if there's existing utilities in place that prevent it, that's fine too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else? I'm going to move to recommend approval of SPUD 1795. Including the TE number 1.
Yeah, we agree with that TE, yes.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend the item to City Council. That's been seconded, subject to the technical evaluation. That's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes. And that item is recommended unanimously. All right, item 13.
Item 13 is case PC 10992, application to rezone 13201 Northwest Expressway from RA to C3.
Good afternoon, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. The application before you is for a C3 application along Northwest Expressway. When this neighborhood was platted many, many years ago, they actually called out this frontage piece as being retained for commercial. Obviously, it was never zoned that way, but we're coming in now for that along Northwest Highway. We believe C3 to be appropriate. Staff does suggest that we modify to C1. We cannot agree to that, but what we could agree to is that the back 50 feet would be modified to C1 to allow for what we think the more intense and more appropriate uses along Northwest Highway to remain C3. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, this is my ward. I've got 3 folks signed up to speak. You want to hear from them first? Okay. All right, first we'll start with Donna Byrne. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Byrne.
My name is Donna Byrne, and I am the trustee of my mother's trust, Catherine Othello Nafa, and we've owned the property right adjacent to the property that we're talking about today. And we've owned it since the 1970s. And my concern today, sir, is I would like to ask for denial. I'm concerned about C3 being such a high intensity type of arrangement that there could possibly be some water erosion coming into my property. Also, C3 would be like a marijuana shop, liquor stores, and you can see how many homes and things back up to this property. And so my I'm asking today either for a denial or a contingency. No, excuse me, I lost my word. A continuance, so that we can do a water study to make sure that this property will not be posing a risk to my property in fact of erosion and water runoff. So I appreciate your thoughts today. Thank you.
All right. So we'll continue with comments, but I am going to ask someone from our Public Works Department to come up at the end of the comments and address drainage and what the requirements are.
That's correct,
So,
yes.
Okay.
Because nothing, as far as I know or been notified of, there's not been any kind of study
Okay.
to that effect.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Byrne.
Thank you.
Eric Bell?
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Bell. I own the property due south of this proposed development. And my thoughts are that a blanket C3 zoning is inappropriate. This should be looked at as a PUD. So we would have some idea what we would be faced with as neighbors in this area. We have no idea there could be many uses, you know, with the commercial zoning, and the kind of concerned about traffic, maybe any signage that would be there, and also diminution of value of the property. And that was my comments.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dwight Miller?
Good afternoon. I'm Dwight Miller. I reside at 13244 Northwest Expressway. The house just a little bit south and west of Eric, the gentleman who just spoke. And I am across the street to the south from you, I would think. I too have all the same concerns that they do. I think a PUD, to take a more serious look at this, the location they're proposing there, I get it, that, you know, we all want the best we can for our property. If we're selling it, we want the most we can get out of it, yada, yada. But I have some very serious concerns, particularly the traffic. That particular intersection at Chapel Road, currently, to get to my home, you've got to make a U-turn at Chapel Road if you're coming from the east to the west. The people coming off of Chapel Road to the north have to cross there. That intersection is, quite frankly, in my opinion, a very dangerous intersection because it lies just a few feet below the crest of a hill. That hill being to the west, maybe 15 or 20 feet, just enough that when you pull into a turn lane or when you pull onto the expressway to go any direction from the north or otherwise, you can't see what's coming over the road from the west. There's a lot of traffic there, a lot of traffic coming the west into town, coming from the east going out. The roads are marked properly as far as I'm sure the distances, you know, because there are distances you're supposed to have between the 65 mile an hour sign and when it transitions to a 55, et cetera, and the other. And they are well marked. But the fact of the matter is, because of where they are and that hill, it makes for an extremely dangerous intersection. So that's probably one of my biggest concerns. Property value. I've lived in that neighborhood for 30 years. I do live on the south side there. You know, we have some nice homes. We all live on acreages over there. There's a reason we do that. We want it out of the big city where it's a little quieter. I'm concerned about the possibility of light pollution. We've got a lot more now than what we used to have just a couple, 3, 4, 5 years ago. If we have commercial entities, regardless of what they are, that's going to change too. So yeah, I've got concerns with it being what it reads to me very open-ended, all the possibilities going from a rural and a residential to a C3. And we have no idea, nothing's ever been said that I saw or read as to what the real proposal is. Do we actually have a proposal of what's going to be going in there? What type of businesses, et cetera?
I think in this application, they're just designating
pretty
the
general.
land use right now, so there's
Yeah.
no specific. So, yeah, we don't have that.
Agreed. It's just very general. And so I guess I personally would like to see something a little more focused to give us an idea what may be coming to our neighborhood.
Okay.
So that being said, thank you very much for your time and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. All right, and then last I have Matt Collins.
Good afternoon. Matt Collins, 14425 Chapel Drive. My family and I reside there just to the west of the subject parcel. I have 4 daughters who are virtually constantly running these roads in this neighborhood, and my neighbors expressed the concerns quite eloquently, so I will not try to repeat most of those. But first and foremost, we'd like an opportunity to meet with the applicant and the applicant's counsel to figure out what's actually being proposed here. Absent that opportunity, it's virtually impossible to figure out what concerns we're actually trying to mitigate. We simply don't know how the property is going to be utilized. The C1 offering, even if that was on the entirety of the property, would be concerning to us. C1 in and of itself still could allow, from a conditional use standpoint, marijuana shops, towers, gas sales. Permitted uses in C1 include alcohol retail sales, animal sales and services, convenience stores, restaurants, food and beverage retail, repair services. Many, if not all of these, would simply be inappropriate in this location. That is the consequence of straight line zoning. And that's why we saw back in 2023, not very long ago, the property, not immediately to the east of this, but I believe 2 over from it, there adjacent to Northwood Drive, got rezoned in a PUD. Well, that was restricted to 10 uses. This is in your staff report. Restricted to 10 uses, and I understand that there were other mitigation measures that were agreed to in that PUD. There's already a path forward here. It may not have been perfect, but I don't understand why we're trying to recreate that path. It worked there, and I would hope that we could have a constructive conversation about that working here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I'm going to ask Barry Lodge with Public Works to come up and specifically to address Ms. Burns' question about drainage. Barry, if you could tell us basically the role of development services and what the applicant and the applicant's design consultant, what they have to do in terms of drainage and studies when it comes to developing a site, what the city requires.
Yep. Barry Lodge, Public Works. So at this point in the development process, we normally do not see any type of drainage studies, detention calculations, storm sewer design. That comes at the stage when they're submitting for their building permits, or if they do come in with a plat, that design information would be submitted with the plat. So with this coming in as potentially a commercial property, whether it's developed from my standpoint as straight zoning or as under a PUD or SPUD, isn't going to change the drainage requirements for the site. Regardless of how the zoning is set up, they will still have to comply with Chapter 16 of our municipal code and the drainage criteria manual. One of those requirements is that all of the new developments will be required to do on-site stormwater detention. So they will have to comply with that portion. They also have to meet the stormwater quality requirements when they go through the development as well. So they'll be addressing the erosion sediment control potential of the site as well as the drainage and the runoff. as far as going through the development services part of it, their responsibility, of course, building permits go through them. They submit those to Public Works for us to review those sites and make our comments and requirements as far as the drainage, detention, and those aspects are concerned. One of the other things that we'll look at will be driveway locations and that kind of thing that would be submitted, again, as part of their building permit package that would be submitted.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Box?
Yeah, so real quick, I do think it's worth noting that, and staff points this out, on page 7 of your staff report, staff says, "The site lies within a recorded plat that identifies both the application site and the land to the east as areas commercial development." So, of course, we didn't have a community meeting because we didn't know until today that there was anybody. I find it a bit disingenuous that Assistant Municipal Councilor Collins said we would have liked the opportunity to speak when, of course, I talked to his office almost on a daily basis. He knows who the applicant was. He could have reached out and didn't do so. This is Northwest Highway. Of course there's traffic. That's why it's a divided highway with a median. It's expected and designed to carry significant traffic. That's why, of course, when it was originally platted, it was designated as commercial. Why the original developer didn't come in with zoning to match that, I don't know. But I find it hard to believe that commercial zoning along Northwest Expressway, even at the level of C3, is not appropriate. We've agreed to back off the north 50 feet to allow for C1, which is considered, I think, neighborhood commercial, which is very low intensity compared to C3. We think that gets us what we need to do to be able to move forward.
Would you be willing to reconsider a PUD on this?
No. We don't think it's necessary. If C3 zoning along what once was, and perhaps at this portion still is, a state highway, well, where in the world would C3 be appropriate?
I don't disagree with you. This is a commercial corridor. But at the same time, there are neighborhoods that abut this, and they have a right to be protected from development in some way, and a PUD is the mechanism that we have to do that. So I would feel much more comfortable with this going through the PUD process.
We think the C1 on the north 50 feet accomplishes the same goal.
I think the PUD gives us a few more arrows in the quiver to address the neighbors' concerns.
At this time, my client's not willing to do a PUD.
Okay.
Again, it's a state highway.
So you will not be surprised to hear me suggest that you take some time and go meet with the neighbors. Perhaps you can alleviate their concerns. Perhaps your client will see that in the face of their concerns, a PUD is not as objectionable as he otherwise might think.
Mm-hmm. I was going to ask, as I agree with Commissioner Powers, I was going to ask, it's hard to get a sense of the scale. How deep is this whole lot? Is it about 500 feet, 400 feet?
400.
400, okay. So 50 feet, there's a strip at the back, so yeah, okay. I'm just not sure what the 50 foot of C1, I mean, it's something. I appreciate that you're offering that, but you're not willing to do all C1 for the TE.
No. Hey, I don't think it would be appropriate. Like, this is an area of Oklahoma City where we should try to put intense uses that would generate significant and meaningful sales tax. So putting C1, if you look at where C1 exists in the city, it's in neighborhood pockets that aren't arterial streets. It is neighborhood commercial. The Plaza is a place where you'd expect to see C1. Small, light commercial that intends to serve the area around it. This is a state highway with a divided median. This is not where C1 would be expected to be appropriate.
I agree. I mean, C1, you walk to C1.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
there's limited parking. You walk. You're not walking here.
Mm-hmm.
Is under the illusion that this is not going to develop commercially. It's going to be commercial. But I think we're a long way from straight C3 is perfectly appropriate with 50 feet of C1 across the north to, nothing. I think, just speaking for myself, that a PUD would be appropriate.
Yeah, we can't agree to that. I mean, the question as to what does the C1 do on the 50 feet? Those C3 uses that are much more intense than C1 are forced now to that frontage along the Northwest Expressway, right? So the intense uses, you couldn't have half a building where, like, the north half is this light and commercial, and the south half is heavy. So what it really does is any of the uses that are going to be up against the neighbors are the uses that you would expect to walk to, the light commercial uses.
But I mean, 50 feet's not really, I mean, that's just going to be your service bays behind the C3, basically. I mean, you're not developing meaningful C1 in that 50 feet.
Right.
If you got C3 in front of it on Northwest Expressway. But but I also accept the point that C3 is appropriate here. So there's a blue line stream, there's tree cover and drainage concerns that have been raised, and those kinds of things can be discussed in a PUD.
How far is this from the nearest on-queue?
From the what?
Nearest on-queue?
On cue.
7 miles,
I don't know.
probably.
Cemetery.
I don't keep a.
Very on cue like.
I think it's
There's one on
2
Morgan.
miles to the, 3 or 4 miles to the east.
I got
It's probably 7 miles away, but
one of the questions I had, and I guess I misunderstood
it's very
on
rural.
when you were saying, because this doesn't run straight east and west, it's on an angle. And when you spoke about the 50 feet being down zoned to C1, I thought you meant where it abuts Chapel Drive.
We mean that abuts those homes.
I understand, but what I guess one of my requests is, and the second part of my comment is, I kind of see if it was a PUD that, in PUDs we talk about fencing, they all have their fencing up, it's existing. We would be able to talk about some setbacks, and we would be able to talk about driveway number of access points and possibly where they'd be. That's about it. That's all we could really argue about on this. But one of my concerns is, whichever way this goes, is that we protect the northwest 50 feet also where it abuts Chapel.
Sure. So what if we do this? What if we do 50 feet, and I get it, it's at an angle, but the 50 feet abutting Chapel Drive, C1, and the 100 feet abutting those homes along what would be the north-northeast as C1. So you've got 100 feet on the north and 50 feet on the west. We've now fully buffered any abutting single-family home.
I think it's a great idea, and it kind of feels like a PUD now.
Well, I mean, it achieves the intent, really, and I agree that the Chapel Drive, buffering that is a better achieve, yeah, that's.
Well, definitely, but I still think PUD in this spot would make the surrounding residents feel a lot better about it. We could dictate what was happening on the fencing, the setbacks. It's just, I know it's hard.
Yep. Yeah, and
First off,
uses-
staff actually recommends to maybe move this to a PUD, and they don't regularly do that.
No, they recommended C1.
The planning commissioners may prefer a PUD at this site due to its proximity to residentials in the,
Oh, yeah, it's just not in the recommendation.
yeah, no,
But-
I mean, a suggestion maybe.
Yeah. So we can do 100 on the north and 50 on the west of C1.
I get the sense that the majority want to see this as a PUD. So I think the question is, are you willing to come back with a PUD, or you want to move forward with the application as is?
Well, we want to move forward with the application as is, but we're willing to propose the modification as stated.
Okay. Well, okay, so just to get everyone's kind of where they are, I mean, how do you feel about the proposed
For me, with the
amendment?
public opposition, the existing conditions,
I mean, I'll just come,
I would recommend denial. I mean, that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I would not support the amended application, and I would be more in favor of the PUD.
So at the least, a deferral to have a conversation. With public opposition gone, I could probably, again, get behind it.
Well, we've got 6 weeks. I'll give Mr. Collins my card, just so he knows how to get a hold of me between now and city council.
Defer it?
No, no deferral.
Okay.
I mean, I'm with you guys on the PUD. I agree with that. I could probably get there on the additional proposed, but that's just me. So I feel like there's more support for the PUD here.
Right. I'm the same as Commissioner Govine. I think with the adjustments he was making, it was leaning towards a better product that I would have been okay with, but also I understand.
Yeah.
PUD would be preferred by some.
Okay, well, it's my ward. I'm unable to make a motion, but if anyone else is ready to.
I will make a motion to recommend denial of PC 10992.
All right, we have a motion to recommend denial of PC 10992. That's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes. Reminder that a vote yes is a vote to deny.
Thank you.
All right, that's recommended for denial. Item 14.
Item 14 is case SPUD 1796, application to rezone 15801 South I-44 from C4, AA, and AE2 to SPUD 1796 and AE2.
Once again, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street. This is one that previously came before you as a straight zoning application. We converted it to this SPUD. Want to thank Commissioner Meek. We spent a lot of time working with him on this. Mr. Meek spent time meeting on site with both my client and Ms. Turner. So what we've come to you with now is this SPUD in which we have modified the the height requirement of a fence to be an 8 to 10 foot solid and opaque metal fence along the highway. One of the requests from Commissioner Newman was that the fence height to be measured from the grade of the adjacent gravel or parked parking area, which we do agree to. So this has been used in a manner that's industrial for a long, long time. My client owns all of the stuff to the north as well. He has done, I think, he's put forth some effort to clean it up. You've been by there recently, and we think that the addition of the fence along the highway will serve to benefit the traveling public. So there are no two TEs, but we will add the TE with the language that I read.
All right.
You want to lead our discussion? I
Yes,
do
sir.
not have anyone signed up
You
to
don't.
speak.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I appreciate the movement that was made here. There's not, in the conversion to a SPUD, with that conversion, there's not a whole lot to ask for, other than what we were really after was to try to get this 730 feet to have a screening. It's the only thing that's under the zoning request, so that's all we could ask for it on. I do like the TE that Commissioner Newman added, and commissioners have any other comments regarding this? Okay. With that said, I'd like to recommend approval of SPUD 1796 with the new TE as read by Mr. Box.
We have a motion from Commissioner Meek to recommend the item to City Council subject to the technical evaluation. It's been seconded by Commissioner Commissioner Powers. Please cast your vote.
It switched.
It favors I always think it favors you guys.
Commissioner Noble's recused.
Thank you.
All right. That item is recommended for approval. Item 15.
Item 15 is SPUD 1791, application to rezone 424 Northwest 27th Street from R2 HL and Jefferson Park UC Overlay District to SPUD 1791 and HL Overlay District.
Hello, I'm Holly Hunt, HH Design. I'm working with the property owner to basically, our whole goal in this SPUD is just to allow for the third dwelling unit, which historically was there. This property was a single-family dwelling in R2, which allows by right the duplex. It historically had a two-story garage with a garage apartment, and that's no longer allowed in R2 zoning. So we come to you today in hopes that you will allow for that to be rebuilt. I've submitted drawings. I'm happy to answer any questions. We did just go through the historic preservation. As you know, they recommended approval, which we're thrilled with, and staff as well. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Powers, again, Ward 2, I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Am I on? Yeah. I think this is great. This is the kind of density we need in this area. Duplex, 3-car garage in the back, apartment over the top. Love it. Wonderful. Did speak to Katie Friedel just to make sure that she was in alignment. And of course, they've still got to go back through a design process. The one thing that I would like to make sure that we include, though, in the SPUD is that there won't be a circle drive. That would be really inappropriate for this area and mid-block and all of that kind of stuff. And there was at least one exhibit or set of designs that indicated, that showed one. So I want to be clear about that. And I think the best way to do that is just to add it as a TE number 2, no circle drive. My fellow commissioners have any questions, comments, concerns?
I agree with the circle drive and all your other comments as well.
You know, as a matter of fact, TE number 1, Katie and I did speak about the circle drive. I knew that would get nixed through the HPC process. We're happy with that TE, as well as that first TE being to reduce the parking. We had originally had proposed having much more parking, including the circle drive. So now we're just going to meet the regular requirements for the zoning ordinance, and we're all in agreement with that.
Okay,
Sounds
given that, I will move approval item number 15, SPUD 1791, with the addition of TE number 2, no circle drive.
So subject to the TEs and the addition of TE number 2.
Yes.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Powers. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
As recommended for approval. Good luck. Item 16.
Item 16 is SPUD 1780, application to
What
rezone
does it say?
1940 Southwest 9th Street from R1 and SRODD.
Once again, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street. Here on behalf of the applicant, this is an application for a series of lots that would allow for duplex development in the Scenic River overlay. Because it is in the Scenic River overlay, we were required to go to the Urban Design Commission. The Urban Design Commission heard this matter and granted a recommendation of approval unanimously. There is no protest. There are no TEs. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Govine, this is Ward 6, and I don't have anyone signed up to speak.
Yes, I've reviewed the case with the applicant. I don't have any issues. Yeah, I think the duplex product that they're proposing is within character and density of the neighborhoods and would be good to infill some of these lots. So any other questions or concerns from commissioners? Looks like a no.
Don't see none.
In that case, without further ado, I'll move to recommend approval of SPUD 1780.
A motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend the item to City Council. And second by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
This is recommended for approval. Item 17.
Item 17 is SPUD 1790, application to rezone 3244 Northwest 26th Street from R1.
Hello, my name is Wes Niemi. I reside in Norman, Oklahoma, 4413 Warrington Circle. This is my client Hurston. He's the property owner that would like to rezone. We're requesting to rezone this commercial from a residential R1 to a commercial property. It historically has been a commercial corner neighborhood store, and it will remain, the outside will remain the same size and everything it is. The only thing we're going to do is improve the finishes, the fixtures, and the equipment, and then improve the parking and the landscaping per Oklahoma City requirements. And we're here to answer any questions, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Commissioner Powers, this is Ward 2. I don't have anyone signed up.
Okay, thank you. I was curious about the signage. I noticed that the signage that's there is quite small. And I just see a reference to sort of per code kind of signage. So I was wondering what your plans are about that. I'm not even sure what, every time I think about the sign code, my eyes glaze over and I mean, I realize there's no billboard or EMD signage, but what are your plans for signage?
Currently, there's a corner sign. It's up on the north and east corner. It's a white line in the site plan map there. And then there's some building air conditioner units that are up in the middle of the roof on the elevation you can see. And we intended to kind of hide those units with a building sign that says the name of the store. So in our elevation in the middle of the drawing, there's a signage at the top on the roof, and then there's also the street sign. The street sign has always been there. You can see that from a street view on maps. There's a structure that's a platform. It's a mechanical platform to access those units. And so the structure's already there for us to mount the sign onto.
So, given the location of the property, the fact that it is so embedded in a residential area, I would like to see some control over the signage, that it be either, not lit when it's not open, or that it be limited in some way, backlit lettering or something to keep it from getting out of control.
Turn the lights off for the signs at night.
Okay. You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Lights off when the store's not open?
I think so, right?
And especially the one on the roof, I think if it were just really not lit, it'd be probably...
Yes, I think the one on the roof would not be lit at all, painted metal.
I like that idea.
Okay.
Painted metal, okay. 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 If there's not anybody else who wants to be heard on this, including any of you folks, I'm just going to move approval of item number 17, SPD 1790, with the, is there even a TE on this thing?
There's no TEs.
There's no TE. So with the addition of a TE concerning the lighting on the signage, that the rooftop sign, if any, not be lit, and that the signage on the, currently it's a pole sign, which I'm not crazy about, but be that as it may, it's there and existing, that the exterior signage be turned off when the shop's not open.
Yes, okay.
How's that?
All right. So we have a motion from Commissioner Powers to recommend the item for approval of the City Council subject to the 2 TEs as she read. That's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And that is recommended unanimously. Good luck.
Thank you.
Item 18.
This is SPUD 1800, application to rezone 1933 Northwest 39th Street from O2 and C3.
Good afternoon, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. The application before you is an SPUD that would allow for outdoor storage, and specifically outdoor storage of roofing materials that will really act as an outdoor showroom for the products that my client sells and installs. There are 3 TEs, all of which we agree to. There is a TE that Ms. Powers would like to add to eliminate the vet clinic, which we agree to, and then an additional TE to commit to the landscaping plan. And Jared, would you mind showing our site plan? To commit to the landscape, we should have the landscape. There we go. Commit to this as what we will install, which we do agree to. So we agree to the 3 TEs as stated, and then the 2 additional ones as requested by Commissioner Powers. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Powers, I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Do you know what use, if any, you'll make of the alleyway behind this property?
I don't. I mean, our access is from
Yeah,
39.
you can't access through there, but it's, okay. Currently, there's a fence on the property owner's property line to the north. There's a fence on yours. And so there's this alleyway, I don't even know who maintains it, down through there. I mean, it's all grass. I don't think it's ever been paved, but if it has, it was a long, long time ago. So I'm just curious about it, but be that as it may.
Yeah, it does look like it's unimproved.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's totally unimproved. We decided the height of the sign would be 9 feet maximum. Is that what you said?
That's what I believe the code says.
Do I need to get a line call here on the sign code? Do we know what it would require? The signage is of concern to me at this property.
I'm so sorry.
Sign code, one must be like Nicolas Cage in National Treasure to really decipher what in the world is allowed. But what I can tell you is that Ms. Turner, when she was at her desk today, went to the street typology map, found out that it is considered, I believe, what was it? Oh, a connector street. Then we went to another book and found what it says there, and what we discovered is that 9 feet in height, and I believe around 70 square feet in size, based upon all of those factors combined.
So let's just commit to that. 9 feet in height, 70 square feet in size.
We want to commit to what the sign code says.
Well, then I need to know what the sign code says, so.
Well, our reading of it.
It's irrelevant, yeah.
I mean, are you not willing to commit to your own reading of it?
Well, no, I want to commit to the sign code.
Okay, so let's find out what that is.
Okay, Sarah Welch, Planning Department. So first I need to know if it's a pole sign or monument sign.
David?
Pole sign or monument sign?
Okay.
Let's hear both.
Okay.
Okay, let's go with monument sign.
Or pole.
Okay.
So there's, while she's looking at that, I'll say.
Perhaps this is
There's a money in the new bond thing to turn 39th Street into a streetscape. It'll reduce it down to 2 lanes, bike lanes, turn lane in the center. And for the folks who live, you know, especially in Putnam Heights and the neighborhoods, there are still neighborhoods that front onto 39th Street as you're going east from here. And it would be nice. It'll be great for them. But I would not normally be willing to push the commercialization of these properties any further east than they already are. They're taking over a piece of property that's zoned R1 currently. Given all that they're doing, I'm okay with that, but I don't want a giant sign on it, so. What happened to Sarah?
our new easy-to-read sign code is being
Sign code.
deciphered.
If the trees are as pretty as they are in the colored landscape site plan.
They won't be.
application,
Yeah, they won't be.
Yeah,
Even prettier.
That's kind of where I am.
Yeah,
too.
right.
standard
Vibrant.
roofing and construction company.
And I
Yeah.
think that's great. It's all
Great
good.
exhibit.
That's why this is going so easily. What do you think?
So does that mean that you do or do not want to hear the sign?
I do want to hear the sign. Absolutely do.
Okay, so based on the site plan, it looks like there's 150 feet of frontage, so they could have one freestanding sign. The amount of signage allowed would be 1 square foot of signage per, I'm sorry, hold on. Greater than, less than, gotta know that.
Okay.
For when you have over 100 feet of frontage, you can have 1.5 square feet per each linear foot. For a, I know that David is enjoying this. For ground signs in the C3 district, which this would be considered C3 since that's the base district, located along a connector street, you can have 75 square feet of frontage. I'm sorry, 75 square feet of sign area up to, just a minute, 10 feet high.
And I'm willing to give you that extra foot. So that's what the TE is going to read.
Well, it's
75 square feet.
It's not a TE, it's what the code says.
The issue is that we can't allow the spud to be more than the sign code would allow. That's why we always just say signs per code, because there's a different calculation if they want a pole sign. You could say only monument signs. That is something that you can restrict it to.
I'm gonna have to start bringing a
I don't know
calculator to
what
planning commission.
I
to
don't
talk
know what I
about
think
signs.
about that. I don't know whether I want to restrict it to a monument sign, given where it is. But I would. Would you?
Ms. Turner, can we restrict it to monument signs?
The code is designed, the new sign code is designed so that if they wanted a pole sign, they would only get 9 feet instead of 10. And that, I mean, and then it's 70 square feet of front of area.
Okay, so you get a bigger sign if you go monument. 5 extra square feet and an extra foot of height. I honestly, I don't care. We'll go per code.
Let's just go per
I'm
code.
good. I'm good. We're going per code.
That was very good.
Thank you, Sarah. That's where we are.
All right. Anyone else have anything? I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, I'm going to move approval of item number 18, SPUD 1800.
Subject to the 3 technical evaluations, and you were adding 2?
Yes, we're going to eliminate the veterinary use restricted 8300.11, and we are going to commit to the landscape plan.
Landscaping shall be as per displayed in the exhibit.
There you go.
All right. All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Powers to recommend the item to City Council, subject to the technical evaluations. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
And that is recommended unanimously. All right. Item 19.
This is SPUD 1787, application to rezone 1133 Northeast 18th Street from R2 and HNO.
Fallon Brooks Magnus, Jolly Bird Design, 11 Northeast 11th Street, representing the applicant. This is just this is a regular lot, 2 lots in a neighborhood, and we have just updated the site plan, so what you're seeing in the MDS is actually allowing for 6 units. So we've made a lot of changes last minute, so I'm going to run through the list real quick so that we can get it on record. We agreed to increase the setback at the alley to 5 feet, 20 feet on the front on Northwest 18th Street. We reduced the density by 1 dwelling unit to 5 total units. We shifted the sidewalks back to the original location, and we provided 1 tree per residence that does not count towards the landscaping minimums. So there's a lot that's going to have to change in the MDS. That's for staff. But we've met with the neighborhood. We've done quite a lot of work on this. So. Any questions?
Okay. Commissioner Harrison, this is Ward 7. I have 1 person signed up to speak.
Okay, if we can go ahead and hear from them first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it Amanda Sakurai? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Amanda Sakurai at 946 Northeast 21st, and I'm the Medical Community Neighborhood Association president. And like the representative mentioned, we did get to meet as a neighborhood, and we had a lot of feedback from neighbors, and the items that we requested were the setbacks be increased and the sidewalks be continuous so that people are able to walk and that not be interrupted or hindered. And we wanted to see more trees and other landscaping, which that was met with a tree in front of each unit, along with parking spaces were a concern. Neighbors were worried about parking going out into the streets or just covering the sidewalk. And so that was also increased, it sounded like, with parking spaces being moved and having one designated for each unit. There was also some requests to emphasize the density cap and the space, which this was changed, as you can see, with the 5 units now instead of the 6, which we were really happy with. And just adding more green space in general, I think, was a concern from neighbors. It is a really historical area, and so we also had a chance the neighbors got to see the designs, and then went back and had the designs input from neighbors and just sort of matched more of the historical vibe, if you will. So we were happy with that. But yeah, all that being said, I think we understand that change is inevitable in our neighborhood, and we just want to make sure that the communication is there and that our neighbors are being respected. There's some multi-generational homes in our neighborhood, so it's really important to us. So thank you for your time and your hard work on working on those changes. So overall, we're supportive of it.
Great,
as a neighborhood.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any comments, questions from commissioners?
Just to check again, the sidewalks are now going to be put back right up against the property line? Right up
Yeah.
against those houses?
Now, originally, we shifted them to the south so that we could get a parking space between the garage and the
Right.
sidewalk, because we know people are just going to park on top of the sidewalk, right? So that's why we moved it.
Which
We
makes
had a
sense.
lot of really negative feedback about it, so we just eliminated a unit, moved everything back, and put it back where it belongs. So
Okay. Well, I mean, I like the way it looked before.
You what? Say that again?
I like the way it looked before. I mean, and again, I know it doesn't line up with the other two, but as it redeveloped, it would be just look better and more consistent to be out. And that way, you wouldn't have to walk around a car every time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this allows a straight line through it. I don't love that there is, well, actually, I like it better this way. I like that the parking space is on the property and not in the public right-of-way like it was before. That was actually the biggest complaint, so, yeah, we put them back.
Yeah, I like that the whole, basically, development got pushed north. So.
And Mr. Chair, I have a quick comment, partly because you hear so much, these positive comments, but thanks for, I'm the one that doesn't like when we cram too much in. So in this case, corner lot, it's like 2 lots combined on the corner. 5 was better than 6. 6 would have been pushing it, but the fact you had setbacks, sidewalks, trees, landscaping, parking, and you had the neighbors on board. Very well done.
Thank you.
To get a lot worked into this corner lot.
Yeah, and I like that the facade setback is more consistent with the existing neighborhood too, so.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good feedback.
Okay.
Discussion?
I think we're ready for a motion.
Move approval for item 19 SPUD 1787.
Well, a motion from Commissioner Harrison to recommend approval, subject to the technical evaluations. That was,
And the changes that were requested by the neighbor that we agreed to, because they've not been put in the MDS yet, sorry.
well, then we probably need to do something to memorialize that.
Yes, could we please have Fallon read in the changes?
Yes.
She has them prepared.
Yeah, I just have a list right here.
Okay.
Sorry. To increase the setbacks at the alley to 5 feet, increase the setback at Northeast 18th Street to 20 feet, reduce the density by 1 dwelling unit to 5 units total, shift the sidewalks back to the original location, increase internal setbacks to 5 feet, provide 1 tree per residence that does not count towards landscaping minimums.
All right. So we have those as additional technical evaluations.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that satisfactory?
Is that correct?
Okay.
Okay. How many total Ts are there?
Just say subject to the technical evaluations as read by the applicant.
Got it. As read into record, just subject to all the Ts that were read into record according to item 19 SPUD 1787, I move approval.
So we have a recommendation to approve the item subject to the technical evaluations to City Council from Commissioner Harrison. That's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes. And that is unanimously recommended. Thank you. Item 20.
Item 20 is CPA 2025-10, consideration of a map amendment to the comprehensive plan removing the heavy industrial LUDA on a 44-acre tract of land located east of South Sunny Lane Road and north of I-240.
Hello, Valeria Mujica Ortiz for the Planning Department. This is CPA 2025-10.
Records.
The request is to move the heavy industrial land LUDA layer from the urban low intensity-based LUDA designation. The associated zoning application is PUD 2118. This PUD was already recommended for approval in the November meeting. You can see the location down here in the southeast part of the city. Like you can see right now, it's the LUDA is heavy industrial. You can see some urban load to the south and urban load here to the northeast of the project. In terms of land use, the site itself is undeveloped with some residential to the northeast, to the south, and some industrial to the north. In terms of zoning, it's zone industrial too, but like I mentioned, it was recommended for PUD 2118 for residential use, recommended for approval in the last meeting. In terms of water, it's served by water, it's served by sewer. In terms of emergency services, it falls within urban response time for emergency services too. In terms of street topology, there's some improvement that some resurfaces that is in the planning stage for the 2025 bond that is coming for Sunny Lane Road. It's close to a major highway, I-240. The findings, the proposed urban low LUDA designation is compatible with the adjacent urban low LUDA to the northeast and the residential and commercial development in the area. Additional housing in this area is desirable due to its proximity to Tinker Air Force Base, a major regional employer, and to recreational amenities such as Trespass Park to the southwest. Removing the heavy industrial layer from this area provides a compatible extension for urban low development without fragmenting the remaining heavy industrial designation. Based on the findings above, the staff recommends approval of the request. I don't know if you have any other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Privet, this is your ward. You want to lead the discussion?
Yeah, I'm not sure much to discuss. This probably should have been discussed before the PUD, but you know, here we are. That's the only thing I would ask is how was it missed? Was it just oversight or what happened there?
Probably just clean up.
Yeah. No, I don't. Like I said, I don't really have much to discuss on it. It's got to happen if the PUD is going to move forward. So.
Any comments from commissioners? All right, I think we're ready for a motion.
All right, I'll move to approve CPA 2025-10.
I have a motion to approve CPA 2025-10 from Commissioner Privet. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And that is recommended for approval. Next, we have item 21.
Item 21 is case CPA 2025-11, consideration of a proposed map amendment to the comprehensive plan, changing the LUDA from rural low to rural medium on a 6-acre tract of land located east of North Mustang Road and south of Northwest 164th Street.
Again, Valeria Mujica Ortiz, Planning Department. This is CPA 2025-11. The request is to change the LUDA from rural low to rural medium. The associate zoning application is PUD 2119. It's located to the northwest of the city. In terms of the LUDA, right now it's rural low with some urban low to the north, some rural low, and it's surrounded by rural low too. In terms of land use, it's residential with some undeveloped to the north. In terms of zoning, it's zoned as AA right now. In terms of city services, the applicant is proposing to install water wells and is located in a potential connectivity area. In terms of sewer, the applicant is proposing to install ATS systems. It's within the open shed for sewer services. In terms of emergency services, it's within the rural response time. In terms of the street typology and capital improvement, a capital improvement project is currently in the planning stage for North Mustang Road with the 2025 bond 2. And in terms of finance, a small-scale residential development with large lots is consistent with the policies of Plan OKC for the rural medium LURA designation and supports the preservation of the area's rural character. Designating this area as rural medium will help preserve the existing character of the neighborhood by maintaining a low-density development pattern, providing a transition from future urban low-style development to the north and a larger lot development to the south. The proposed development's use of aerobic septic system on large lots is less likely to result in significant environmental and health impacts. Larger lots provide more area for natural filtration and reduce cumulative loading on groundwater resources. Based on the findings above, the staff recommends approval of the request. I don't know if you have any questions.
Okay. This is my ward. I do not have any comments or questions. Anything else from staff or from commissioners? Okay. I'm unable to make a motion, so I just need someone to move the item.
Well, I'll move since Chair's not here. I move to recommend approval of CPA 2025-11.
It's just we recommend, or we approve it.
We approve, yes.
Yeah.
Move to approve.
So we have a motion to approve the item from Commissioner Govine. It's been seconded by Commissioner Harrison. Please cast your votes. And that is approved. Item 22. We'll call that.
22?
Yes.
Item 22 is case PUD 2119, application to rezone 16100 North Mustang Road from AA.
Good afternoon, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th, here on behalf of the applicant, who is also here with us. This is a corresponding item to what you just heard. This is an approximately 6-acre tract on Mustang Road. Jared, do you have the aerial? This is if you blew it out further, this is in a section that is rapidly changing. Outside of what you see before you on the screen, everything else has recently been zoned either straight R1 or R1 and a PUD to reduce down lot sizes. If you go back to the other one, there we go. You can see that you have a carve out of AA, but you've got 6,000 square foot lots platted immediately on our north. What we are trying to do is a bit of a family compound type of development. So we want 5 lots on the approximately 6 acres. In our view, it'll serve as a nice transition from the more dense R1 to the north to the larger 5-acre lots to the south. We want a maximum of 5 lots on this with a minimum lot size of at least 1 acre. There are 3 TEs, and TE1 asks us for a density of 0.5. That would be 3 dwelling units. What we want is 5. So 5 lots on 6 acres. On TE2, it asks that private access roads shall be constructed in accordance with City of Oklahoma City standards. Our belief is that they're asking us to have paved street. What we'd prefer is gravel. If you look at the neighborhood to our south, it's a gravel road. One of the questions that was raised in my meeting with the commissioners, I don't remember who brought it up. Well, the question was, would that impact the ability to have trash service? So we did talk to staff, and they indicated that gravel road will not be detrimental to the ability to have trash service on that. So that's not an issue. And then finally on TE3, we agreed to that, the sidewalk TE. Again, this is an area that's changing. There are not sidewalks out there now, but as you know, all of these single-family neighborhoods in this section of land will be required to do it. So there will be a pretty vast network of sidewalks at some point here in the near future. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't know how many of you remember, perhaps Nate does, on this tract of land. Originally, we had a different proposal, and there were significant protests. We had community meetings with somewhere around 100 people. So it's the same owner, same person. I think it's telling that now what we've come forward with, to my knowledge, there's no protest, is something that is generally well received by the community.
So just so I'm clear, so you guys were not in agreement with TE 1 or 2, but yes to 3?
So yes on 3, TE 1, we would simply modify it, or seek to modify it to say there should be a maximum of 5. Oh, it's already in the PUD, so yeah, we would ask to strike TE 1. We limit it to 5 in the document itself, and then strike TE 2.
Do you think that TE 2 would have picked up a requirement for a fire truck, trash truck, public services turnaround if TE 2 would have been left in?
Yes, yeah, because it's a cul-de-sac. You got to have that turnaround.
And
So maybe
we change TE 2 to
allow gravel, but required to meet all life, health, safety requirements that may exist for turnaround. Perhaps the word specification gets us there, but the bottom line is whatever fire might require, we're good with in terms of turnaround. We just want the ability to do gravel.
Well,
maybe we keep it and say, except that gravel shall be permitted.
I want to go one step further because I kind of got educated by Mike Wilson at the fire department about it. This is the time where we can put it in, because after it leaves here, it's just single building permits. It's never looked at as a development again after it leaves here today. So we would need to specify a fire truck turnaround, because it is, 460, 70 something feet that apparatus would have to back out of without it.
What if we keep the TE and just add, except that gravel shall be permitted? Because then we're still meeting standards and specs, which undoubtedly would include fire marshal specs, but all we're seeking to do is allow the use of gravel. We don't seek to void our requirement to meet turnarounds or anything like that.
Can we ask Barry to clarify?
Yeah, if you think this would go before fire after today on a residential building permit.
So, Barry Lodge, Public Works. Start off with the reason this comment was made on the development review, come out in the staff report for the road to be built to city standards, and it's a matter of terminology, where we've been differentiating between private streets and roads and private drives. And anytime we've run into the private streets, private roads, that is what kicks in the requirement for hard surface paved roads to city standards. Again, a terminology, I think within the language, we probably need to change it to say the private drive. That gives us a little bit more latitude to go with the lesser surface. Now, we still have to have the approach done, but I think that would work towards David's request to go with the gravel surfacing if we change it to that. And again, that's just trying to be consistent across the terminology that we're using for the private developments. If I offer my opinion on getting language in there about the fire turnarounds, I would side with Commissioner Meek that we probably ought to have that put in there, because residential building permits in Public Works, we do not see and review those. Those go through without any comment from us on those at all. So that would be my opinion, but y'all are the ones in charge.
We will have to plat it as well, and so presumably, I assume fire looks at plats. At that time, we don't meet.
Yeah, maybe.
If they don't, perhaps
Director
they should.
Butler can chime in on this, because I specifically got told that we as a commission danced all around one of these one day without making a commitment and lost the ability to commit to anything by not putting TEs in. Okay. Specifically on these family compound type situations. That's what this is about.
So can it not, Mr. Box's last comment was, can we not just add to that TE, but it may be gravel? Would that require it to have a turnaround, but it could be gravel?
If we just add the words, except that gravel shall be permitted, we're committing to meeting all of the city standards and specifications. I find it impossible to believe that fire safety is not included in that. Then where is fire safety housed if not within Oklahoma City standards and specs?
Well, it's actually coming in a different area. That's typically going to fall under the Public Works purview when we're looking at the Oklahoma City standards specifications, and really doesn't, we don't address fire department.
I'm not saying you do, but this
requirements,
isn't limited to Public Works. This says the city of Oklahoma City, the whole city. We agree to meet the whole cities.
Because my concern is if we add here must have a turnaround, well then what if we forget to do that sometimes? It's like, oh, well, they didn't say it has to have a turnaround. I would need to know, but is in accordance with city standards and specs require a turnaround? If it does, I think I'd rather leave it the blanket in case we forget to add the turnaround thing every time.
But he's already told us that if you leave it blank, then it's not going to be covered.
Or was Mr. Wilson saying that a turnaround would not be required in these circumstances, or?
No, this is custom zoning, and what his comment was, and I wish he was here, would call in, buzz in, something like that. I hope he's watching. But he said on a family compound type development that we're doing a PUD on, that's the last time it's seen is right here and at council. And then it's just simply building permits.
But that's not accurate.
But we're going to see a plat.
We have to plat it, so that's, his belief is wrong.
This will have to be platted.
Okay.
It will come in as a minor subdivision plat, so it'll go directly to final plat, but because if it was 3 lots, it could be done administratively with lot splits. Going with the 5, it will have to be platted. It will have to come before this commission again for that plat. And at that time, I think that right-of-way and the easement that is shown can be required to meet the width, would show the cul-de-sac for the turnaround, and we could get it in there. If you want to defer that requirement to that point on the plat, or if we want to get that language in there now so that it's understood when the plat comes in that cul-de-sac will have to be provided.
What language are we're not seeking to defer anything. We're saying we're going to meet all requirements. Fire reviews plats. All we're wanting to do is add words to allow gravel. Like, fire reviews plats, period, end of story.
And I heard that by changing private roadway to drive, so striking that and saying private drive shall be constructed in accordance with City of Oklahoma City standard specifications, that permits the use of gravel.
Sure, that's fine too. We just, like I said, I want to be very transparent that our desire is to have gravel. We don't intend to put anyone in danger out here.
Right. Barry, you were having a conversation with Sarah. If we amended the TE to say that a private drive shall be constructed in accordance with the city, that would allow the use of gravel as a surface, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I have another comment, but I don't want to move on. Are we good with that? We get there?
Yeah, maybe the one that was an issue before wasn't being platted. I mean, I specifically remember it was a family compound where it was mom, brother, sister. It was a road went down the side. I think you represented it, went all the way to the back. The guy kept saying, yeah, we'll do whatever's required. We'll do whatever's required. Then he had on the exhibit, it said like tennis court or something where the turnaround would have been. And we even spoke to him, is this like a tennis court or is it a turnaround? It can't be both. Well, we'll do whatever's required. Well, we didn't require anything. And then I was...
well, maybe this is a broader topic that fire needs to come to Planning Commission. I'd be shocked to learn that they don't have the ability from a life, health, safety standpoint to require turnarounds. That is an absurd answer if that's true. But whatever Mr. Wilson and the fire marshal says we have to do to meet Oklahoma City specs and standards, we want to do. Okay. As long as it's on gravel.
All right.
All right, Commissioner LaForge, you had something else?
Yeah, before I go on to sewer and water, but first, I can't help but ask, Commissioner Meek, do you firemen not know how to back a truck?
Well, it's a city ordinance that over a certain length,
I'm kidding, I'm
it is
kidding.
required.
I'm kidding, 'cause they can
Because
get in.
there's more accidents going backwards than there are forwards in fire engines. And there was a comment in this that says, no objections, provide fire hydrant location to serve this development or sprinkle the dwellings. So you would think if it was a big enough issue, you could have made a comment there too.
All right. The sewer and water this does not have sewer and water, right? Are you trying to do septic? We talk about it all the time here. You keep mentioning the R1 around it. Are these others on sewer and water? What's the sewer and water situation? Have I missed it?
Neither. Water is far away, and you can't have one without, you can't have sewer without public water.
So those houses right to the north?
So you can't touch them. My belief is it's in the front of the lots, and we can't go condemn through a yard to go get their sewer and water.
Okay, which would tell me that maybe 5 lots here is too many then if you cannot get sewer and water to here.
So
to use the comparison of, around it, there's all this R1, well, apparently they can have sewer and water though. So if you cannot, then it seems to me to be too many lots if these can't be served by sewer and water.
So in our belief is, and similar to other applications that have come, is it's on a spectrum. If you had a quarter section of 1 acre lots without sewer and water, all of those concerns start coming into play. When you're dealing with a small, only 5 lot on 6 acres, our belief is that those things don't come into play because we do meet or exceed state requirements as it relates to aerobic systems. And if you had sewer and water, well, then all of a sudden now we're doing 6,000 square feet, and now we're bumping up against the 5 acre lots. So in our view, this is a transition from that more dense to the AA. And because it's such a small scale, it has a unique component that perhaps means 5 lots on 6 acres is not inappropriate.
Unless the next one to the south says, let's do that much on no sewer and water, and then the next one south of that. And
Those
then-
are already developed.
Okay.
Go to the aerial, Jared, do you mind? I get your point. This is just unique in that everything else is already developed around us.
Okay, I'm not sure. Depends on what y'all
It's in
think.
the 1 acre minimum, with the other one being the almost 2 acre, which was my, that's why I agree with your point, and I was thinking about the same thing, but the scale of 5 lots kind of flew under the threshold. And you hit the 1 acre, like, if it was any less than that, I would have said the same thing personally.
Yeah, and I've seen the commission, when you have, if you had 80 acres of 1 acre lots, that's a significant concentration. The 5 lots on this site, in our mind, is just not a significant concentration.
David, do you have to have the 5 lots? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, based on the number of family members that he has, that's,
yeah, because I wrestled with the same question about, it's only 5 systems, so does that offset the concern? I don't know.
Let's find out. I'm going to move approval.
oh, we've lost it.
All right.
19, with disposition of the TEs per Mr. Box's recitation.
Strike TE1, modify TE2 to say drive instead of road, but explicitly stating gravel shall be permitted, and we agree to TE3.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Powers, subject to the technical evaluations as read in, to recommend an item for approval. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. That
Thank you.
item is recommended for approval. Item 24. Excuse me, item 23.
Item 23 is case SPUD 1782, application to rezone 1839 Northwest 16th Street from R1 and Gatewood UC to SPUD 1782.
Good afternoon, Taylor Volk
1409 Northwest 16th Street. I have a split application for what would be existing 2 lots off of Northwest 16th Street and North Kentucky Avenue. We work closely with Sam Gresham Architecture on the site plan. In the architectural drawings of the house, it would be what our focus is to actually build on the site. During the application process, we worked closely with Thad Johnson, the senior planner, to ensure that the utilities would be approved. We had communication with the engineer, Rachel Deason, unit operations supervisor, and Dustin Seagraves as the utility engineer, and he approved the site for the utilities, stating that proceeding with the application, utilities are on board with the concept. We agree with the changes made to the master design statement and the recommendation to retain the 2 properties that are existing off of Northwest 16th Street. We would agree to that being added to the master design statement. We're excited to increase the homes in the Oklahoma City Metro, meeting the Oklahoma City goals to increase density of homes for the future. The proposed lot splits requested along Kentucky Avenue would create 3 lots, which is consistent with other approvals on corner lots in the Metro. I can give a couple great examples. One of which recently approved was North College Avenue and Northwest 16th Street, which is very close to this site. Previous application for Northwest 22nd Street and North Florida Avenue had 3 lots split on the corner lot. Does anyone have any questions?
Commissioner Govine, this is your ward. Want to lead the discussion?
Sure, thank you. No, that's the issue. I have reviewed the case. I'm in support. I think the density is reasonable. The design fits in the character of the neighborhood. We're retaining the existing historic homes. These are large lots on 16th that actually are fronting 16th, and it's a corner development. So I don't have any questions.
So this is existing, this is 3 lots existing, correct? And it's wanting to go to 5?
I'm seeing we're adding 2 structure. What was currently 2 lots is becoming 3,
lots.
right?
Currently 2 lots, each of which are on 1/3 of an acre.
Is it 4 total or 3 total?
There's currently 2 in total, and we're proposing to have a total of 5.
Oh, you are proposing 5.
Yeah, that's very messy.
Well, can you, on the presentation, sorry, I'm looking at it.
If we were to
show the site plan with the lot lines, please, and just talk us through that. I know you've got some funky easements. You've got to get water and sewer to these units. Just explain how people get to each unit. It looks very simple until I.
Yes, yeah. I would absolutely love to discuss that. If I were to start on the west side, which would be currently 1843 Northwest 1843 Northwest 16th Street, that's the corner lot. That driveway would be the exact same as it is today, no changes. So that would be the southwest corner. Would be no changes. What we have for utility lines. Which is a design concept approved from City Utilities, the utility engineer.
He needs to.
Let me jump in here. I get it now. I just needed to study it a little bit more. I mean, you've got 2 existing homes, 1 existing ADU. You're breaking that ADU off in its own lot. You're adding 2 separate lots for new homes. And because these are such deep and wider lots, and you have the corner, you're able to make all that work with some fairly complicated lot line for utility easements. I still don't have an issue with it, but that's my thoughts.
Thank you.
I like it actually better if the east lot was to stay one lot and just make that back property an ADU. It just cleans that up.
On those lines, we said this one wasn't an ADU, now it's gonna be its own lot. These 5 wouldn't also then be able to have an ADU added to where there would be 5 plus 5 ADUs? So we end up with 10 buildings?
If they were able to meet the ADU code, which I don't think you certainly couldn't on the 2 back ones. You can't put them in front of the house. You've already filled the side and the back, so I don't think there's room for one even.
Okay.
And our intention would not be to add any ADUs, and our intention is not to have any ADUs.
Not just the intention, but if you're not able to, then that makes me comfortable. Okay.
The only thing I'm uncomfortable with slightly is breaking an existing ADU off in its own lot. I frankly think that should stay with the main corner house as an ADU. That's how it was traditionally built. That's it. They support each other. So if I'm going to throw this out for commissioners' discussion, but I would say that we probably need to make this 4 lots total and keep 1710 North Kentucky as accessory to.
I like that, not just for this one, but also like it for the precedent-setting nature of this, but
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion during the adoption of the ADU about not being able to break them off and sell them separately. So I think maybe that's someplace we don't really want to go.
Our intention would be to, during the permitting process, to add to that structure and to make it all one unit, not having ADUs on that parcel of land, that lot that would be created in the middle on the west side. Our intentions would be to have a permit to make it a full-size structure. Being a corner lot, we have a lot of examples of corner lots being able to be put into thirds. A couple which I mentioned. In our intention, we could either demo the structure to be only if deemed necessary. Our intention would be to keep the structure and add to it, but we can demo the structure if necessary so that we can create that third parcel lot. I'd love to hear a recommendation from you.
When they do divide those up, they usually divide them up equally also. But that lot would be extremely small for just that ADU.
Yeah, I mean, I could easily see you taking, 2 of the new construction products that you're building side by side off of Kentucky Avenue. Then you'd have an ADU, then I'd have 1 lot on the inside, on the east side. That'd be a single lot with an ADU. You're building a house behind houses, and if you have the existing ADU on the eastern property, then great, but you don't. So I can support a 4-lot development in the split here, but I think my recommendation is going to be retain the ADU as part of the traditional lot that it belongs with, and not split that one. Or you continue this and come back with a different proposal. I mean, I know you've gone through a lot of work to get this to work because it's complicated with staff and the city and the utilities. But if you're going to knock down the ADU and replicate the same product that you have on the far northwest, then why not come in with that? Why not show it that way?
I think if we take a look at another slide, we might kind of address some of the issues that you're bringing up. If we can go to the aerial view. My name is Pamela Volk. I also live in the neighborhood in part of Clover LLC. My address is 1628 Northwest 18th Street. If you look at across the street on Kentucky Avenue, take a look at the way that those houses are positioned on Kentucky. Directly across the street, there's smaller lots. It fits in very well in that spot.
Yes, there is the infill lots that are closer spaced on Kentucky across the street.
These really are big lots. It's a lot of wasted space. It was something that, as he's owned these properties for a while, we've had discussions regarding how to best utilize that space. It's a lot, and it would be really nice to be able to bring more homes to the area. It's highly desired homes. We've taken a look around at how the other lots are positioned, and this is what works well in that spot.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but the far northwest lot, 1716 North Kentucky, that's you doing what has been done across the street. So you've already kind of ticked that, you've used that token on that house. The ADU that's attached to the corner home traditionally, that's an additional one. So like, you know what I mean? That's the issue that's making me uncomfortable is because it's currently an ADU structure, you break it off as its own property so you can flip it and sell it, you know, then then there's nothing we can do. I don't. That one's kind of tricky.
Complexity of it, I think, has to do with the lot layout, which I have zero expertise at. But if the question is, if this ADU were not here, would I be okay with them building another full-size, unit like the one to the north, like 1716, on this piece of property? I absolutely would. It would be fine with me.
Yeah, well, me too. That's what I mean. 2 of those houses in a row make perfect sense there, so I don't have an issue with that.
Very large lot spaces.
Yeah.
Commissioner Powers, I see what you're saying. I might be on board with that too, but let me make sure what I asked earlier on that site plan. When you say there's not enough room for ADUs, are they able, all those are spud, to make those buildings smaller and then add the ADUs? Or are they stuck with your answer that?
I would be willing to put in the master design statement that we don't have any intention of putting any ADUs in, if that would make the commission comfortable.
Yeah, and maybe that works, and it's not that I'm questioning you, it's more future owners, if all of a sudden they go, you know what, I'm gonna make this building a little smaller, and now I get the right to add an ADU. And now, I'm sure the small one you couldn't, but then all of a sudden you make the other 4 smaller, and each one gets an ADU.
Well, it is an SPUD, so if we add a TE that just says no additional ADU shall be permitted on these lots, I can get behind that.
Okay, at least maybe that, and then maybe what Commissioner Powers, I'm up to y'all on whether you want to let them have the unique, tiny little lot.
Sounds like a plan on our end.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yes, we are. That's our intentions.
Well, I'll make a recommendation and keep this moving, and everyone will see where it lands. I'm going to move, sorry.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Sarah Welch, Planning Department. So in staff's recommendation or in staff's comments, we talk about how when we were working with the applicant, we established a minimum lot width of 55 feet. I want to make it clear that you'll have to give him a smaller or a narrower lot width in order to accommodate the building behind the lot on the east, if that's your intent. If you want them to be able to split that off, then you'll have to amend that lot width. Does that make sense? Jared, will you go back to the, so staff's recommendation was to keep the east lot, which appears to be a duplex. I mean, it has 2 doors, 2 mailboxes, and then the building in the back would be considered accessory. I know the intent is to split that off. However, when we were working with the applicant, we suggested a lot width of 55 feet, and that was agreed to. So if you are allowing them to split that back lot, then we'll just need you to provide a TE to give them a 10-foot lot width for the easternmost lot.
Okay. And that's more about the access drive. I mean, they've got 55 feet, it's just in the rear, not the front on the
Well, no, because if
street.
they're going to split it off, then that one lot will only have 10 feet of street frontage.
Yes, it's a street frontage dimension, but the lot is 55 feet wide on the north edge of it.
We use lot width and
Yes, I
street
know.
frontage
Okay.
interchangeably.
That's fine, well, I'll add that to E then. If that's, so, okay. I'm going to say I move to recommend approval of SPUD 1782 with TE 1 as written. We will add TE 2 that says no accessory dwelling units shall be permitted on the new lots or, within this SPUD. And we will add a TE 3 that says minimum lot width of 10 feet is allowed for the north northeast lot only. That was a little rough, I know, but.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure. So, or not to be, just, we're going to be dealing with this later. So the current accessory dwelling unit, is that allowed to be split off?
Yes, we're allowing that to be its own lot.
Okay, so then I think you'll need to say the minimum lot width shall be allowed to be 10 feet and then establish a maximum number of lots.
5.
Okay, TE3 shall read, the minimum lot width shall be 10 feet and the maximum number of lots shall be 5. And I strongly encourage you to build another one of those new unit on Kentucky that make more sense than having a weird, yeah. That was the motion.
All right. I have a motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend the item to City Council subject to the one existing technical evaluation and the two
Yeah, we can
new
do that
ones
when I try
as
that
read
again.
into the record. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
Oh, shit. It said 6, but we did 5, right?
All right. And that item is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much.
Item 24.
This is case SPUD 1785, application to rezone 1614 Northwest 16th Street from SPUD 931 and Gatewood UC Conservation Overlay District.
Once again, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. What is before you is an SPUD that would allow for a total of 5 dwelling units to be built here. This is along 16th Street in the plaza. Jared, if you go to the site plan, we've designed this in a manner to have a duplex along the frontage and then a triplex in the back with the parking in the middle. There are 2 TEs, both of which we agree to, and happy to answer any questions.
All right. Commissioner Govine, this is also your ward.
Okay, I got some fun ones today.
Microphone on. Yes, the original proposal that I saw for this lot, you all wouldn't even want to believe what it was, but
That was Caitlin's, not mine.
I think that's the tactic that some of these developers use is they come in with a giant apartment complex with overhangs and 22 units and very limited parking, and then you say, wait a minute, and they come back with 5, and you say, oh, that's much better, thank you, I'm in favor. But that's exactly what I'm saying is I am okay with this as
you fell for it
as a duplex and parking in the middle. So duplex on 16th. There is currently a duplex, this is between 2 duplexes on 16th. So we're infilling that, but we're providing a drive that accesses parking in the middle and then a triplex to the rear of the lot. Being where this is on 16th near bus stops, in between larger multifamily, there's a 3-story apartment complex. There's across the street, there's some, low single-story duplexes and bars and higher scale stuff. So I'm still okay with it. I'm open up for discussion.
Any other comments?
No other comments?
Only because I've said it on all the others, and the other ones barely got there, and these all been close calls. This one's too many for that size of acreage for me, but y'all can be for it.
I'm going to make a motion. We've been here a while, and we'll see where things go. I move to recommend SPUD 1785 with the 2 TEs as written.
We have a motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend the item to City Council subject to technical evaluations. It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
That item is recommended for approval. Item 25.
This is SPUD 1786, application to rezone 1929 Northwest 15th Street.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow, Johnson & Associates, 20 Sheridan Avenue. Before you is a lot that we are I guess what we submitted was for 16 units, but to hopefully make your decision even easier today, we've agreed to both TEs that the staff has recommended, one of them being a limitation of 8 units. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but we would ask for your approval. I'll note that this lot, while it looks like typical single-family lots, this is a lot that's over 12,000 square feet, which is twice the size of a traditional single-family lot. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Govine, back to you. I don't have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay. Yes, we talked at length about this case as well. My biggest concern was I don't mind the product and the design that they're proposing is unconventional, but in theory the kind of smaller infill units I can get behind. The key was just the density of units. So going from 16 proposed to 8, I definitely support and can, just barely am comfortable with, but I am comfortable with that. Driveway width is no issue. The issues I wanted to see done was shifting the units back to align with the traditional frontage of the homes on the street. And I think the applicant agreed to do that, to make the front yard setback 20 feet. And there is a dimension on the site plan that's up right now, and I can't read it, but nor could I read it in my packet. So I did actually want to know what that number is, but I'm told that 20 feet will make the fronts of these units align with the existing homes. I just haven't scaled it. The maximum lot coverage to be 75% maximum per code. I think that's in the MDS already.
Correct,
So
as is the 20-foot front yard. So I think the only TE we wanted to add was that the rear yard setback, which is the northern setback of this, be per code, which is 10 feet for a rear yard setback.
That's right.
Yeah.
You've already limited the height, haven't you?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
per code. It's the.
Oh, it's per.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay. I thought it was 30 on this one. Did that?
We know that the buildings are going to be under 30, so,
Okay.
not opposed to move it along. But
Is the plan still to have 8 buildings?
so the site plan's going to end up changing.
Right.
My biggest issue is I don't like the 4 buildings in the back because I don't like the proximity to the properties on the lots north of this. So the intent of the setbacks and the TEs and things were to get rid of 8 separate structures and have 4,
I was just getting
only the
clarification.
4.
How many buildings will be on this site when it's done?
So it's going to end up being reconfigured, but I mean, the way that it's currently designed, it's looking like 4, but we don't know that exact number yet. The architect is reworking it, so we figured limiting the unit count to 8 is ultimately what protected and mitigated Commissioner Govine's concern.
Same number of people could be on the lot. That's why I was trying to figure out how many buildings will be.
Right. Quick question, when we allow home sharing, what is it limited to, per building, per lot, per what, per lot?
Per lot.
So no matter what, all of this can be home shared, whether there's 8 individual units or 4 duplexes or whatever.
Well, we would have to file the home share permit.
I'm sorry?
We would have to file the home share permit and go before Board of Adjustment, and they would look to see if anything else on this block was permitted, and then.
And if nothing was, are they able to deny it?
2.
But if nothing else is on the block yet, do they have the right to deny it, or they have to then grant it because there's nothing else on the block yet?
We'd grant 2.
2 units.
Yeah.
No.
2 units or 2 lots?
I can speak to that, Sarah Welch,
please.
Planning Department. So home sharing is allowed if you are going to home share your property more than 10 days in a calendar month, or if you don't live there, then you have to come to get a special exception. And you have to get a special exception granted from the Board of Adjustment for every address. Staff is limited in taking the number of special exception applications by, we can take no more than 10% of the dwellings on the block. So we count how many dwellings are on the block first, on the block, not the street. So it's the platted block. So The more units we add, yes, there is a chance that you could go over a certain threshold because you can have one, you can have, like, if there's up to 19 dwellings, you can have one. Between 20 and 29 dwellings, you can have two. Once you get over 30 dwellings, you could have 3 home shares.
Thanks. So if we approve this on these skinny little inner lots, not the corner lots, we keep doing this, we'll end up with 100 dwelling units on this block, and there will be allowed to be a lot of home sharing. And it's a lot of density, a lot of stuff. I'm going to keep listening to everything you're working on here, Commissioner Govine, but each one of these that comes up presses the envelope further with, especially when I think about the home sharing involved.
One of the reasons for the, one of the
And I'm
reasons.
sorry, and it's not just because of me, myself, it's because of the neighbors. It's like, did we send notice to these neighbors? There's no one signed up to speak?
No.
I mean, these are some nice looking lots and houses all around here, so my concern is for them, of course, and the rest of the city, so. Sorry, Sarah.
We received one phone call. They asked what the rents would be. We explained it, connected them with the developer, and never submitted formal protest. And I'll just note, like, these are not skinny little lots. This is oddly wide and oddly deep for the core.
Well, yeah, and it's an oddly sort of designed site plan as well, but that I think may change, and so we're trying to have a framework that keeps it within a reasonable sort of maximums. So I don't, in my mind, these are clearly going to be rentals. So the home share thing, I don't necessarily, that didn't come up as the main concern to me, because if it's apartments, you know, you don't, I mean, I guess someone can Airbnb their apartment and have people coming and going, but it's no different than a tenant coming and going in an apartment, I guess. So I wasn't sure how that affects, it's typically not like big parties and stuff and just a smaller one bed.
Turnover, it's the transient nature of home sharing versus somebody's renting here for a year, that's one thing, but if somebody's renting for 2 nights, that's the difference.
And I think that's where the Board of Adjustment protects the neighbors. They have the right to show up. If people are concerned about that, they can put minimum night stays. They can limit like the number of units. They look at the bedroom count. Like, they do all of that in an effort to protect. That's how the city has set that system up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to know really what the count of individual houses would be on the lot.
Structures.
The structures.
Well, I like the idea of limiting the number of structures in addition. I hadn't said that yet, but.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that was because of the concern that you expressed about the ones in the back being, that's going to be affected by how many actual structures there are, so.
So I think our hope was, given that we had agreed to the tighter setbacks, that if this was going to get potentially redesigned, it's not just lopping off the back 4. It could potentially end up being a bit more of a cottage court style, where there's smaller individual, what would look like single-family homes. So Weston, the architect, is currently working through that. So if that's something that we can work out with the city councilwoman before we can get confirmation on if we need a building number cap, we can do that before city council. That gives them time to look at it. But we've agreed to all of the setbacks and the other regulations and the reduction in unit count.
I'm just saying the same number of people could be there, whether it was 16 units or 8 units, 2-story single family, right? I mean,
Yeah, that wouldn't change whether there were
There's
4
still
buildings or
density.
8 buildings, though.
Right.
Yeah, my comment was, when I reviewed this and looked at it, it just doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood to me. I mean, it seems like the duck out of place, and I don't know, I kind of agree with, I feel like sometimes we've gone a little bit overboard on some of the density that we've allowed in some of these lots during the middle of the block, so.
I would challenge you not to necessarily look at this particular block and think about Class N 10 Penn more holistically. There are significantly dense projects throughout Class N 10 Penn. There have been converted churches. There are townhome projects. There are multifamily projects. There's one one block over that's a 3-story mixed-use apartment building on 15. So there is a variety of density, and they're all very dense. Like, this neighborhood has changed probably more than most other ones in the core. So while this particular block might be early, the density has continued to march closer toward Penn. It started over at Class N, and if you look at the time lapse of cases that have been heard and approved, it has slowly pushed closer to Penn.
So if you could switch to the page that's more black and white. No, yeah, that one. I'm not seeing what you're saying. I'm seeing this in the middle of 200 lots that not one single one of them looks like what you're proposing, right in the smack in the middle.
Yeah, so unfortunately, this map, it's cut off, but on the right, that line, you will see 3-story mixed-use multifamily buildings and significant density. It has continued to push this way, but Ten Penn was always R1 and R2, and that hasn't stopped any of the other projects from being approved and constructed. So I understand that's where you are. I think ultimately where we are is we're asking for the 8 units. We've come down from 16. Staff has recommended approval. We have no protest, and we'd ask for a vote on that.
I appreciate that. I think there's valid points on both sides. There is a lot more density than is reflected by this. However, this is also mid-block of a single, currently more single structure R1 lots. But I can make I can make a motion. That doesn't mean people agree with it. And unless there's any other comments, I think I'll just do that, and we'll see where things are. I'm going. Oh, okay, wait, sorry. One thing. I understand your resistance to the capping the number of structures. The only way that I could not add that TE is by increasing the rear yard setback to 25 feet. So when we were talking about this and I said rear yard setback per code, I forgot it was 10 feet. In my mind, I was thinking 25 feet because I think we need more of a buffer for the
If it
properties
helps,
to the north.
there's a 15 or 20 foot alley behind us, so we're not sharing a property line. So with the 10 feet, I don't know if Jared can measure that alley, but we may already be there. Yeah.
Oh, so, well, you're saying, well, I don't even, their fences are on the center line of it though. I mean, so, but you're saying that's also buffered. Well, okay, what would you rather have, a maximum of 4 structures as a TE or a 25-foot rear yard setback?
I'll take the 25 and chat with the councilwoman.
Okay. I'm going to move to recommend approval of SPUD 1786 with the 2 TEs as written, an additional TE 3 that says rear yard setback shall be 25 feet. And, sorry, TE number 4 says a maximum height of 30 feet tall.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend the item to City Council subject to the 4 technical evaluations. It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your vote.
Might die. No second.
And that item is recommended for approval. Thank you. Next item is item 26. Commissioner Noble, I need to step out for a minute. If you could take over.
Is there a vice chair? Oh, boy.
Okay. All right. Item 26 is PUD 2120, application to rezone 8701 North Kelly Avenue from SPUD 70 and R1.
Once again, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street, here on behalf of the applicant, who is still here with us. This is an application that would convert what are now a vacant church building and associated buildings into a PUD that would allow for a mix of both residential and commercial. There are 6 technical evaluations. So we agree to TE number 1. We agree to, TE 2 asked us to specify a maximum number of multifamily residential. We would specify that to be 350. TE 3 specify additional mitigation measures to address potential compatibility issues. The landscaping code requires a 5-foot landscaping buffer. We would propose to make that a 10-foot landscape buffer at areas where we are adjacent to single-family residential. We agree to TE 4, we decline TE 5, and we agree to TE 6. Happy to answer any questions. It is worth noting, Jared, if you go back to maybe the aerial, this isn't an area that is, you can't see it on this map, but the half and the south half, so you've got Andretti's and Flick's Brew House and kind of that commercial power center. is just to the west, about a half mile. So close proximity to a lot of exciting things that are going on.
And you, TE5 was the one you said, no?
We decline. We want to meet the sign code. We all got a bunch of clarity earlier. We want to meet the sign code.
You need to change that. Okay. Didn't we say earlier we couldn't, well, we could restrict it?
You can seek to restrict it.
We can't increase it.
You can't increase it.
Right.
So the whole point of the sign code was to potentially, I guess, fix problems that existed with the sign code. And so we've done that through a lot of time, effort, and public money. And so we want to respect the process that was undertaken by everyone on this horseshoe, as well as staff, the public, the consultants that were paid, and meet the criteria as established in the sign code.
I'm kind of curious, how do we get 350 dwelling units out of here? Are we, 2, 3 story?
So what's shown are
eightplexes,
single-family residences. We allow for the ability to have multifamily.
Yeah, it's going to be zoned R4, so that's just a pretty picture. That's what this, it's,
I'm used to that, but I just, would maybe see an apartment building or something or two in there would make more sense. But, okay.
That's the question I was having. I mean, if it's going to be zoned R4, are there going to be apartments and you just drew a bunch of single-family homes?
Well, I didn't go back to it. I believe Mr. Zitzow drew this for his office. I don't know why this was produced. Our goal is to allow for multifamily zoning and the commercial as well. But what we've done is limited it to no more than 350. It could develop a single family. We allow that use in there as well, but we want to allow for the potential of multifamily, which there is some multifamily going on, to our west. We think it is an appropriate use in that area, given all of the things going on in the area.
Right. I just think that I'd like to see the site layout if it's going to be multifamily right up against the R1.
We could commit to a specific plan.
At a minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, speaking with a few people in the community, that's the major concern.
I'm sorry?
Speaking with a few people in the community, that is the major concern. You are right up against a larger community. Hope Springs, I believe it is, as well as the Musgrave Addition. So it's the concern of what has happened to your south with multifamily and some of the incidences that continue to arise over there. So that's the concern of if we're looking at a great deal of multifamily here. So if we can commit to a specific plan.
Yeah, we can commit to a specific plan.
So one moment, this graphic that you're saying is just one of option, but it could be drastically different. If neighbors who got notice asked for more information, I'm not sure what they receive. Is this what they receive? Because they may not be able to read a lot of the technicalities. And if they received this, what do they receive when they call in and say, I'm interested in the notice and I'd like more information? This is what they got?
I can tell you, Sarah Welch Planning Department. So when we send out when we mail out notice, we provide a link to okc.gov, and they get to see what the applicant submitted. So the original master design statement and the site plan. So yes.
Okay.
So
So Mr. Box, I'm a little concerned here that while we could get the explanation here, to me, notice would be somewhat useless if anybody looked at this.
Do you have the notice?
Yeah, well, here 350, I know, it's not from that picture.
I don't know exactly what the notice says. I think staff, let's see. It does say proposed use is to allow commercial and multifamily residential.
And I'm not saying they'd be illiterate, truly, but if they looked at this, they could think, okay, maybe they're duplexes.
Well, I don't know
if I got that, and I've been doing this for 8 years, if I got that, I would have thought, oh, okay, it's going to look about like this. Maybe those are duplexes. I would be fooled by this picture if I was the neighbor.
They don't get this.
If they
get even less.
If they look in for more information other than the simple notice they received.
If they reached out, sure.
If they reached out or go online or whatever, this is what they would see, and they would overlook the word multifamily and think, okay, this looks nice.
And I don't know.
So I think I have maybe this is a simple, I'm going to press for a deferral until something is more clear put out there for the neighbors to see what's realistic.
Yeah, it's more like an overlook of the number of multifamily. I think, You see that, and that, just like me, even though I know, just it's a picture to know that's not.
This is unusual for a picture to be this drastically, well, specific, when in fact, it allows for much different.
Much different, yeah.
I've not seen, this is unusual. I don't remember us seeing something like this.
Well, to my knowledge, there is no protest. I don't know what I know you said maybe you got a few calls. I don't know what the nature of those calls
Real quick, but you
were.
get my point. They may not be protesting because this looks fine.
Yeah, I don't know how many people actually reach out to staff to receive the document. Do you, Sarah, do you want to reach out to her? I'm not aware.
I don't know that standing here, but it's available online.
Right, the notice would lead them online. They wouldn't necessarily call and say, hey, I went online and I looked and it looks fine. We might not know if they went online and looked.
Sure.
What's the solution? I mean, is it?
We do a continuance.
We got a problem.
Do a
on
continuance, they don't necessarily get a new notice.
That's the thing.
To go look and see the new revised drawings, right? So that's a bit of a problem.
I mean, there's a bit of an issue as it relates to a deferral because double notice was issued by the council person, meaning notice for both hearings has been sent. I've never had a situation where a double notice hearing was deferred. I don't even know what happens. What's that?
So double notice was approved. We have it queued up to be introduced at next week's council meeting. We would have to strike it, which would mean that the applicant's final council date would move to February.
Okay. Mr. Box, I'm going to ask them, what is your solution to make sure that the neighbors that got notice?
Yeah.
This graphic was so drastically misleading that I don't see how I can be in favor of the drastically misleading graphic. And you'll have to have a solution that gets the neighbors the proper information.
So what I would do is I would, between the commissioner and Councilman Pennington, I will revise, or Mr. Zitzow's office will revise the exhibit. We can go meet with everyone that Kamal has been in contact with or Commissioner Harrington has been in contact with to ensure that they see what it is that is proposed.
Does a specific plan requirement get noticed, renoticed? No, okay.
Yeah, it's just, there's some uncomfortability here. It's, again, it's very misleading. And I know Councilman was trying to push this along as best he possibly could. But if this is what's going to show up to council, we're going to be right back in the same place.
We have time to modify it before council, for sure. We can get a new exhibit put out next week. So that's not an issue. The issue is the double notice that Kamal has.
So I thought you might propose, I didn't think you would, but you'd propose that you all would send the notice to all the same neighbors that would normally get the notice, and you would include the corrected proper graphic. That would be one way to make sure that all the neighbors were familiar with, and you'd say, well, we don't normally do that. Yeah, you don't normally.
We can do that.
Okay.
I mean, we have
I'd be
the
okay
ownership
with that
list.
if they mailed way in advance to the same neighbors that would normally get it, a proper.
We will revise the exhibit. We will personally send the PUD master design statement with the revised exhibit to everyone on the ownership list.
And however much in advance of whatever the next thing would be, either here or city council or.
We'll do it next week.
It's just going to be probably 3 tracks. You know,
And that would
the
be,
west
if there
big
were
track.
alternatives would be okay.
We'll show apartments. I mean, we'll show
Okay.
apartments.
I mean, if you wanted, or if it was clear, this is one alternative, but here's another alternative, at least if they knew there was a different alternative.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that satisfies me to this point.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, anything else? Yeah, I mean, I think we should include that as a TE.
You can.
All right, I move for approval of item 26 PUD 2120 with the TE specified.
Okay, so we agree to TE1, TE2, 350, TE3, a 10-foot landscape buffer. We agree to 4, strike 5, agree to 6, TE7. The applicant's representatives, specifically Ms. Turner, shall be required to mail a copy of the PUD with the amended site plan to everyone on the ownership list by December the 19th. Her birthday's the 18th, so we'll give her the day after.
Mine's the 17th. She doesn't get that.
What's that?
Mine is the 17th. She doesn't get that.
Okay. It's a busy week.
But with those T's.
Good resolution. Thanks for offering to do that. Seriously, I thought you were going to say no, it was not feasible, but I think that's reasonable.
No, I'm sorry, will the exhibit be revised to limit where commercial, like the whole thing could be C3 or the whole thing could be R4 currently, the way it's proposed? Are you revising your
We'll show
exhibit?
commercial on the front and we'll show multifamily in the
But will you create those?
That'll be it.
But will you create in the master design statement where each could occur? Or are you still seeking to allow any commercial development across the whole site or any R4 development across the whole site?
It's
Let us talk to the client. We'll talk to you before.
And the way I would hope that would be resolved is, that's a great question. And as long as what y'all do, if Councilman Pennington, the rest of the council thinks that what was sent was a reasonable alternative, then yeah. Other than, you don't have to do the absolute most drastic thing you could possibly do. Instead, if y'all put it out there and the council thinks it was reasonable, then.
exactly.
And the specific plan that comes later kind of looks like what we're, seeing here.
Yeah, and my concern there was just that.
Which is normally
that
what
would be up to
happens, and
us.
this wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
That wouldn't happen if we went with this. The specific plan wouldn't look anything like this if we're looking at 350 units, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we had a motion, and the applicant read in the TEs. I don't know if did we get TE 7 in there? Yeah, you did. You read in TE
Yes.
7. Okay. So,
It won't be in.
That's a great question.
I would.
Are we adding a TE 8 for the specific plan?
Okay, that's fine. It's already in there. I think the.
If they do. Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's in there.
And Sarah's concern was addressed?
I think it was. It leaves them some latitude of what they send, and if, fortunately, Councilman Pennington has familiarity, if he thinks it was still misleading, then he can say it's still not sufficient.
Okay, that was my thinking. Okay, motion has been made.
all right. All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Harrison, subject to all the technical evaluations read in, seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
That item is recommended for approval. Item 27.
This is PUD 2084, application to rezone 13803 North Council Road from PUD 1430, PUD 1545, and AA.
Okay.
Mark Sitza, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before you is a bit of an interesting case in that we originally filed this as a straight C3 on the hard corner where it says PUD 1430. Over the course of really several months, adjacent property owners asked to become party to the application. So, I think we filed this back in April or May, and we're now here with a complete application. During that time frame, we received communication from the adjacent neighborhoods to our west that had concerns, and those concerns were about marijuana uses, traffic, access into their neighborhood, hotel placement, multifamily. So we feel we've addressed all of those. And really the last thing we did was we eliminated the residential uses, including R2 duplexes, in which one of the neighborhoods sent us a letter saying that they had withdrawn our objection. I don't know if there's anyone that's signed up to speak on this today, but we had received, you probably have them in your packets, dozens of letters. And so I think now the fact that the chambers are basically empty is a good sign that shows the progress we've made. And so the last thing I'll note is PUD 1430 and 1545 both allow various C3 and O2 uses. What we've essentially done is add in the agricultural tract to our north and then the agricultural where it says oil well storage tanks. And we've attempted to design it in a way that it could all work together if the property owners were able to sell this as one property to a new user. So staff had one TE in there that we do not agree to, which was the private drives had to be constructed to city standards. I know that's been a requirement on residential properties. to ensure that an individual home buyer was not going to have a substandard street. We're dealing with commercial users, and similar to an office park, the parking lot and those drive aisles are built to a parking lot standard, not city street. So we would ask for your approval and that TE be struck, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Will there be a office park association that'll be responsible for maintenance of the drives and parking?
Yes, there will be a property owners association.
Okay. All right. This is my ward. I do have someone signed up to speak, so we'll hear from Mr. Jay Foote.
Good afternoon. I'm Jay Foote with Stone Manor Lakes. I'm here with Nikki Hoover. She's our HOA president. And rather than protesting, I actually want to thank Johnson and Associates, the homeowners, and all of you with the city that actually worked with us on listening to our concerns, making sure that Deer Creek continues to grow and thrive, but does so responsibly. So we're just really here to say thank you for being a part of this process, watching Deer Creek boom, and we do appreciate it. I wish we weren't number 27 on the packet, but we were committed to that.
I was
So
going to
thank
say,
you.
we appreciate you sitting here all day to say something positive. So
I've had a lot of protesters sit for a long time. I've never had a supporter do it, so thank you.
Thank you.
If he lives in the city limits, he's not going to want to serve on the planning commission. He in Deer Creek anyway.
Hopefully he'll enjoy dinner before fighting the traffic north.
So, any other questions, comments from commission members? Okay. I think we're ready for a motion.
I forgot. Dawn's who's gone. Oh, it was Dawn. You want to do it? If you're ready to do it, you go.
Well, no, I think you should.
Okay. I hope there wasn't any extra tricks. Was it just a motion for
It's just a recommendation.
recommendation to city council?
Yeah, we're striking TE1.
Striking TE1.
He would like us to.
So we have a motion from Commissioner LaForge to recommend the item striking TE1. It's been seconded by Commissioner
Okay.
Harrison. Please cast your votes.
Oh.
And that item is recommended for approval. Thank you. Item 28.
This is PUD 2122, application to rezone 101 Northwest 150th Street from PUD 557.
Mark Sitzel, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. This is currently a PED that's essentially straight C3. What we have done is amend it to add a tract that would allow for townhome development, attached single family adjacent. When this got noticed, we had an HOA reach out. It's the HOA off of the single cul-de-sac that backs up to the ponds. Jared, if you could go to the aerial. That'll work. So their only concern was drainage. One of the TEs on the sheet that I just handed you was specifically to address their concern, which was TE8, and that's simply about ensuring that we have a proper fence and that we provide them our drainage analysis prior to the development of the property, which we're in agreement with. They have very nice common areas and just want to make sure that trash doesn't blow onto it and people aren't wandering into their gated neighborhood. So walking through the TEs, you have them in front of you. We would ask that you delete TE1. As I noted, it's already commercial. We're seeking the flexibility to allow it to go either commercial or residential. The neighbors are aware of that. It's already zone C3, so we're not asking for anything more. And then TE2, we agree to. Adding additional language, though, that site-proof screening may consist of the side of a proposed building if said building results in appropriate screening and shall be a minimum of 6 feet in height. No building setback will be required if the building is used for screening. That's just for the commercial tract. TE3, we don't agree to. That was limiting the building height to 35 feet in tract 2. That's the commercial one. We're seeking per code, which is set back from the neighborhood, and that is as it is today. TE4, we are seeking to just keep the signage section per code. TE5, we're seeking to add additional language that the low-density uses, which is the 1 unit to 4 unit, have a maximum of 30% architectural metal be permitted. That allows the senior independent living in Tract 2 the allowance for architectural metal. TE6 was asked to provide a minimum open space, and so the added language was for residential development within Tract 1, a minimum of 3.5% usable open space should be required. TE7 was fencing shall be installed along the north property line where abutting the existing common area to the north, as shown on Exhibit B. Said fencing shall be permitted in black coated chain link. And then TE8, at the time of design of the outlet structure, the developer shall notify the abutting neighborhood HOA to the west to prevent design conflicts with the existing drainage structures. This shall be provided to the neighborhood HOA prior to platting or specific plan application where applicable. So with that, no one from the neighborhood has shown up. I don't believe you have anybody signed up.
do not.
We would ask for your approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Harrison, this is your ward. You have any questions, comments?
Do not. Anyone else?
I just would like to ask staff if there's anything in the new TEs that you want to bring to our attention or anything that we should be concerned about. She's reading.
She's reading.
She's reading.
I was going to ask a question on the 3.5% usable open space. How does that compare to, where's that number coming from? What's the logic?
A great question. So the subregs actually for a residential neighborhood of this size with this many units would not have any open space requirement. The subregs call for, I think it's 2.7%, unless you're attempting to get a waiver on impact fees, and then it goes up to 3.5%. So we took the 3.5% number. If you go back to the site plan, Jared, it's a relatively small neighborhood. They all have private backyard space. And so the 3.5 essentially accounts for the 2 common areas at the end caps where there will likely be small park space.
Mark, I'm going to push back hard on TE number 4. What's the problem?
Sign code was just adopted. We have continued to say we're in agreement. When we went through all the public engagement on the sign code, it was, we didn't want X, we wanted to limit the size of freestanding signs, and all of that was done. And the city made the choice to continue to allow EMD and billboards in certain locations. So rather than further hamper the development, we've sought to just seek it per code.
You and David teamed up on that today?
It just so happened to align. But I mean, I think you've seen this over the last several months of people attempting just to build per the sign code.
So, I'm hearing the tone you're trying to set. Maybe that's usually appropriate, but am I wrong? The reason for a PUD was sometimes something should be altered, and in this situation, maybe the sign code, if it allows EMD signs, maybe should be altered. Is that?
That's fair. I would argue where it's a little bit tricky, because we have this conversation about, well, you chose to do a PUD, therefore you chose to negotiate because you wanted something else. The unfortunate reality that property owners and developers are in, you do not have any base zoning districts for the most part that can get approved at this body or at city council. So we're forced into the negotiation. So when we show up and say we want something per code, it's, well, you chose to be here, so now we get to negotiate with you. And you just went through a city-wide negotiation on a sign code. So I do think it's a little unfair to say that we're always choosing to negotiate, because if we filed this as straight C3, or I mean, we don't even have a zoning district that allows for townhomes to be built, like, we have no other choice. And so I do sometimes think it's you all putting additional...
You have another choice. You could choose straight zoning.
Which would get denied.
Exactly, because it's not appropriate for that straight zoning here. So therefore, you're wanting something different than a straight zoning here. Therefore, we're talking about a PUD, which is your choice. You have chosen to pursue a PUD instead of straight zoning.
It's a false choice, but sure,
in any
point
event,
taken.
I do not think, unless you convince me otherwise, I don't know why EMD sign would be appropriate here. I think that was a perfectly fine TE.
Well, I think most banks, when you drive down, have EMD signs, right? Like, you see little tickers at the bottom of their signage.
Okay, did I miss
We're fine
it?
to talk about level of
I
EMD.
missed a bank. Okay, I missed what this was then. There's a bank here?
A bank is one of the permitted uses. We ultimately don't know who the commercial tenants are going.
Or what kind of EMD sign it would be. A little ticker sounds like, nothing, but if EMDs are permitted.
I work at a bank, we don't have an EMD sign at our branch.
I've seen lots of banks that don't as well. But I mean, I do, in principle though, we passed a sign code. The sign code should do what it's intended or else the sign code should be modified. Really, we should, I do actually agree with kind of their stance on this, that, I'll just leave it at that, but, and as well as I agree that EMD signs are not appropriate here because these are residential. I was understanding that there's maybe some ground floor commercial on these 2 units and then residential above, like kind of a senior living and sort of semi-managed type housing here. But
So all the great work done on the sign code, it may not be perfect for the next 50 years. It may actually need to be tweaked on occasion. And in the meantime, we have an option here, as the staff recommended, a TE, and I've not heard a compelling reason to disagree with their TE yet for this location. I mean, we can say, well, the sign code is what it is. We heard it earlier, and it could be Mr. Boxton up there too. I'd say, come on. It was very hard work, and sometimes we're going to want to deviate from it. I wish it would be perfect forever, but it's going to.
Yeah, I think it's fair, and because of the proximity to the residential proposed in this development, that, I mean, although you want flexibility, you don't even know if you're doing residential for sure, right?
Is it a situation where the EMD could just be directed towards Santa Fe?
To the ground.
Like, we're obviously not going to have signage that's projecting behind us that doesn't benefit any retailer or commercial business.
Fair. I mean, but the building on the north.
Or billboards on this location, period. That's it. The idea that somehow, because we went through a process, and wasn't it though, to code means that, we're never going to have to vary it ever again, and it solves all problems and answers all questions. It's just nonsense, So.
Yeah, and I understand. I just think when we look at, commercial that's fronting a major arterial, like, the sign code did interpret that being appropriate for EMD signage. And so that's what we're trying to adhere to. So if we need to talk about, we won't have any of the signage, on the backside of the buildings facing residential, we're more than happy to do that.
That's all I cared about.
Could we amend the TE to basically say off-premise signs and billboards are not permitted within the PUD, and EMD signs shall be limited to North Santa Fe frontage?
That helps a lot.
Okay, the only thing I would say is that with our new sign code, we can't use a PUD or a SPUD to get something that would be less restrictive than what the base zoning is. So this base zoning is R1 and C3, so they would not be allowed to get a billboard anyway here.
So meet code. See, the code works sometimes.
If that's the direction of the amended TE, we would be supportive of that.
The TE is also fun. I mean, it's an SPUD.
You said just a billboard would be allowed, or the EMD would not also?
Billboard.
Just a billboard. Okay, so the EMD, we need to say it would be on Santa Fe. Okay.
So
I tell you what, I'll go with this. If you can get it worded in a way that those residential properties to the north, that the EMD is not visible from their homes.
I think we can. Like, there's a large detention facility between them, so there's already a buffer there. Do you have proposed language?
Wherever you
facing
place
Santa
it,
Fe,
probably will
I
have
think
to
maybe
have a building
addresses
between
that.
you and them, I'm guessing, but.
Yeah. I think maybe addressing Santa Fe.
So you want the sign face to run parallel with Santa Fe and not perpendicular where we would see it from north and south?
Well, no one would be able to see a sign.
Okay.
Like, you'd have to be directly across the street.
Right.
We know we're not putting signage in the detention pond, so there's a fairly sizable setback.
Commissioner Powers, I see what you're trying to do, but if somebody has a 2-story house up there, it's kind of hard to do that. And when somebody chose to live that close to Santa Fe, if they end up with a sign that was appropriate for Santa Fe, I feel like they may have their notice. Otherwise, they needed to live way up, tucked into a neighborhood. But if you're close to Santa Fe, you might end up with an appropriate sign on Santa Fe.
And it's already
Not
zone
feeling-
C3, that's per C3, the sign code. And that PUD has been there for a significant period of time. So that piece of this would not be changing. We'd, in fact, further be limiting it to say no billboards.
You probably don't need my vote, so.
But I'd like it.
I'm good.
Let somebody make a motion then.
Well, I shall move forward. I move that we approve item 28, PUD 2122 with the amended TE4 regarding the EMD lighting that was read in as Mark
Which is
said.
the elimination of billboards and signage shall face Santa Fe, not project into the
The
neighborhoods.
neighborhood.
Yeah, no billboards.
No billboards, period. Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion to recommend the item to City Council, subject to the amended TEs. It's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes.
Oh, man.
That item is recommended for approval. Okay, that was our last item, but we do get to go back to item 9
Super tall tower.
and hear more about signs.
And Rob will come back up. I think he's identified it, but I think, Jared, we've also been told that this works. So maybe he can. Thank you, Jared. I think you're. Just make sure. So you can just scroll down to whatever slide or pull it.
Okay, because I don't see the page numbers. Oh, I did it by the PDF page numbers. That's fine, I'll just scroll. I'm a fast scroller. Robbie Dedieo. So, I can use this now? Great, all right. Here we go. So as we mentioned, these aren't part of the package. These were the original submittal from a year and a half ago. This page starts what is asking to be approved. So as we go through, these are basically I'll go through each one of these, but we've kind of broke it down into different components. So it's the monument sign, external facing, wayfinding, the tower identity signage, which are the 4 towers. And then we broke down what we'll call the podium level, which is the retail and commercial, into 3 different levels. There's level 1, level 2, and then level 3 plus some upper levels. There's, in the super tall tower, there's a restaurant that may be going up there that would be asking for a restaurant sign on the tower. Then we move into actual tenant signage. And then the last one is the LED signs. Again, it's basically from the podium about plus or minus 80 feet down. So I'll go through how this is laid out. And the one thing I want to point out, and you'll see this as we go through, is that in the tables that I'll be sharing with you, everything you see up to the LED signs, it says no digital is not allowed. So it's already in this package that all these signs that we're talking about, the building signs, the tenant signs, wayfinding, the names on the buildings, cannot be digital. So it's already addressed in here, and I'll point out to you where it is. So the way it's broken down, like I said, this is set up, and so each one of these sections has an overall plan, and then just because of the size of it, we have kind of zoom in areas, and we showed an elevation. So this is for monument signs. These are low ground-mounted monument signs, typically with the name of the development on it. So we've identified 4 possible locations for monument signs. Doesn't mean that's where we're going to use them all, but for the time being, that's where they're shown. The external facing wayfinding, these are really mostly entrances. This is the entrance to the below grade parking. This is the entrance to the above grade entrance to parking. So they're really identifying kind of primary entrances to the different parking fields, because below is all public. This one serves just the hotel. This ramp here goes down to public, up to residential. And so, there's just a lot of different parking areas. So that's what that signage is for. And then on this side, which is facing the existing and new arena along the railroad tracks, is this side. And we're asking for probably a mix of project identity signage, which could be the project name, as well as tenant signage. And so you'll see it's kind of covered in both. And the way it's broken down is there's an overall square footage, and you could either use a piece of it for the name of the project and then some for tenant, but it's not duplicate. It's you only get the amount that's shown. It's just you have the option to use it a couple different ways. We're still looking, at visibility, but I stayed at the Marriott across the street, and there's actually be great visibility to the new arena, identifying this facility. So. In here, this is where you can see, digital is not allowed. So it's in the different sign types, and then all not allowed. And you'll see this in every one up to the very end, that digital is excluded. So the worry about swapping out one of the signs on the tall building to digital, I think it is covered here. That can't happen. And then this is where we just start talking about kind of the number of signs, the area, and the area is kind of based on the limits that we show. And so what we've done, and then you can just see we've gone into kind of a blow-up plan. This is Reno, and a blow-up elevation to kind of just show where these signs would happen. And so we just go through side by, basically elevation by elevation, identifying where possible signs could be, the size of them, and what they are, whether it's a monument or wayfinding or project identity. Or project identity. This basically is the side that the railroad track, I think, is elevated about to this second level here, and so this is all above the railroad track in terms of possible signs. And as I mentioned, all of this is parking. So it helps, to provide, maybe something that's a little nicer than just 5, 6, 7 levels of parking. So do you want to ask questions?
That's good on that phase? For me. I don't have any questions on this.
That's good. I'd like to see, if you have a rendering of this side, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, the render, and let's see, I don't know if I mean, basically, I think this is all I have.
Okay.
Which is, this is the podium level right to about here, so you can see the towers are kind of springing out. So as I mentioned, everything is really podium and below, so it's really to be experienced by the blocks around it, not miles away, like you said. I mean, that was one of the comments from before is.
Right.
Yeah. And so, oh yes, thank you. So there's just kind of a little, so you can see all the towers spring off of the podium. And like I mentioned, on this elevation in particular, you have the elevated train track and that's why we don't have it going down the ground. I mean, this probably won't even be necessary. We just haven't really studied what's visible. So, I mean, obviously the idea is if we're putting signs is for visibility. So, any questions about this section then?
No.
Okay. So this is where we kind of started into it, tower identity. So this just shows where a possible sign could be. So super tall tower, all 4 sides, because it could be seen. 3 sides here, 3 sides here, because the short side here and this side really wouldn't be seen. And then, the hotel tower signs on all four sides. You know, the odds of them putting it here is probably unlikely because it wouldn't be seen, but like I said, I'm trying to create a variety of options for the tenants. And so we kind of have to identify where we think a sign can be and then can put the controls on it. I mean, similar to the conversations you've been having where you're using the sign code, this would be the sign code that would get referenced for any sign that gets installed in this project. So same thing here, tower signs, digital, no. And then, it just basically, as a super tall, we break it down, primary signage, secondary signage. And the secondary signage is, just as an example, would be like, if it was a Hyatt, one sign could say the Hyatt, and then below it could say the residence at Hyatt as kind of like a secondary signage, so another component of it. So it's related to the tenant. It's related, so either to the tower or, like I said, a hotel. And so that's how these are broken down, and then it just gives you the maximum quantity, which really aligns with, however many sides you see, 4, 4, 3, 3.
Quantity is for the building total, not per side.
Per building total. So there could be 4 of the super tall, and like I said, that's because you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4 on this plan, and that's how it's described. And
But I think on your summary, so your total area though would be divide, like if you wanted to spread it out equally, your 41,440 square feet, it'd be 10,000 and change each.
Yeah.
If you wanted 4 signs. Or you could have one sign that's 1,000
no,
square
you
feet.
cannot, because the limit, there's limits on the...
per elevation. You'd have, first you hit your per elevation.
And there's the 80% of the width, and then the heights, 30, and then here's the height. So you couldn't do like a 100-foot tall sign and use it all on one side. So it's, and like I said, the reason for the size of these letters is because they're 300, 400, 500, 2,000 feet in the air. So they seem huge, but in the scale of things, they're scaled appropriately for kind of the building size. So we break down each one, and like I said, the quantities really align with the number of faces, and then whether there's 1 or 2. We're allowing, like the tower, there's a conversation that, the Dream may go dual brand, and so we're allowing for 2 different hotel names on the same tower. So that if it was the same tenant, they wouldn't have 2 signs because they're allowed 1 sign per facade. But we had to create ability because they're talking about possibly doing a dual branded hotel, maybe raising, originally the project was designed at 345 feet, but the height limit was removed in the original SPUD. So there's talk about maybe raising the hotel a little bit taller for some variety. And so if they do, they would be adding another hotel tenant.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're looking at here. So it's broken down the same way. But like I said, I want to point out they can't come in and do a digital sign. These are, and further down, I'll show you, there's a section that actually goes into very detail about how to make the sign that can go there. So it even gets into letters, lighting and everything else. And so, like I said, these are just possible locations. Like I said, the reason we say possible is, it's the width, but whether it's up or down a little, we don't know. So we just would want a little flexibility to locate this where it makes sense. If the hotel ends here, they may want their hotel sign here, and then the next hotel here. So, like I said, we're trying to design in flexibility while giving you guardrails to, process, the sign approvals through.
So
I'm good, yeah.
I got a question on that. So in this scenario, if you had, I guess, a hotel that occupied the bottom half of this, then they could have a sign at the top of their hotel. And then if there was another hotel that was further up, then they could have a sign. Is that?
We've only asked for 2 plus the name.
Design.
What's that?
That would be bad design. That, I just don't like that. I mean, like multiple, like we're gonna have big signage, like it's just not good. I don't actually think you'll end up doing that. I know you want the flexibility. That would be a terrible decision as a developer.
Yeah. Well, people like their names.
Oh, well. Yeah, I know, and they're willing to pay for it, but that doesn't mean it's good architecture. Good architectural towers do not do that with their signage. Like maybe in Vegas.
And they may not, it may not even be
not here.
necessary, you know what I mean? So.
You don't see it in New York, you don't see it in cities that build tall towers all the time. You see it in theme parks and that kind of thing. So I don't think we're trying to create a theme park here, but, so that's my concern on that.
Tower.
Yeah.
Bad idea.
Yes,
Okay,
yes. I get the flexibility, but and this is real. I don't want to do this for all your signage on the building. I get most of the project. It makes sense. All the wayfinding monuments, reader boards at the low level podium and stuff. It's these tower monument signs is my only concern. And having multiple signs at multiple levels on a given facade of a tower, I'm not going to support that. But that doesn't mean other people have the same concern.
I have a question too in regards, you've got this up there. Did a little bit of math, and so the upper signs on the super tall tower can be 50 foot tall, the letters, correct?
Yes.
And the lower buildings, which are significantly smaller in scale, are 30 foot, which is basically 60% of the 50 foot that we're putting up at 2,000 feet. We're putting that on buildings that are 300 or 400 feet.
Yeah. I mean, these are maximums.
I was going to say, proportionally, that seems way out of whack to me.
Yeah. The problem with the maximum is if you try to use, I guess it's name specific, name dependent somewhat, because, if it's a short name, I guess they could probably use the 30 feet because they won't come close to the 80% width. But a lot of names are limited by the 80%, and then the height is
a function of the font and the design.
It kind of, one slides with the other almost. But if it's a Hyatt, they probably could do the 30 foot because it's 5 letters or versus.
I don't get the point why there's a sign 1,900 foot up in the air.
So, one time.
Unless you're flying by it, you're not going to read it.
We had a whole discussion, I don't know whether the sign code solved this problem or not, because I can't read the sign code.
Didn't have a 2,000 foot tower.
Where anything that was lettering on a background, the entire background was part of the signage calculation, as opposed to just the lettering. Right. And is that still the case?
Yes.
I can't remember. I could look it up in our famously straightforward sign code if you'd like.
In here, we're using the rectangle.
Yeah,
They show how they'd made it.
They're going left full
When I go
height.
further down, it shows how that it's calculated, but it basically is the rectangle. So you don't get to follow every little letter.
No, I understand that, but at least I would hope so. I would have not even thought about that, but.
This is a very complicated situation. Can you go back to the graph on the numbers summary for the super tall? Okay. So how can we limit the number of signs per elevation? I don't care about the total quantity, the total size and area and the limits of size per elevation. I'm just talking about sign quantity, separate signs per elevation. And is that a problem if we limit that from 3 to 1 or 3 to 2?
Whoa.
I think it would be. I mean, unfortunately, the owner's not here, but like I said, if that tower gets built, it's going to be something that's different than anything around. So people are going to want their name, especially the super tall.
It's almost
you could limit it on the two multifamily buildings. I would ask that you limit it to 2 on the hotel tower, and then on the super tall, maybe within a certain distance from each other. I just like I said, there's talk about 2 hotels going in there.
Would it be, is it a thing? You mentioned you've noticed a lot of signage in bigger cities, but, I mean, I like the idea personally of limiting it to one on top, but they have 4 sides. I mean, if you had like Hyatt on dual
Well, that's what I
sides and
mean.
another, whoever the other second big tenant is on the other 2 sides.
Yeah, I'm talking about per elevation.
Like 3
Like,
signs
so
going down
if it was
one
2
side of
per
the
side,
building.
it's still 2, 4, 6, 8 signs.
Yeah, but if you have one per elevation, you could have somebody occupy these sides and another business occupy these sides.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
4.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, I think it's all, the discussion's not really worth trying to solve now because I'm confident enough that we're not going to have this issue with this tower. That's just my feeling on it. So we can focus on the phase 1 parts because they'll probably
like I said,
happen.
if we're getting stuck on just the tower, then maybe that we push that piece because that's a phase 2 and bring it back for some more discussion. And
I would say let's say phase 2 signage gets submitted separately and we approve that separately, maybe because in time things will be more clear as what's happening and how it works.
If it's 19, if it gets, we still have the FAA. I mean, we still have other things to deal with that tower.
Yeah.
It may be 1,000 feet by the time we're done, and then maybe you don't want 3 signs because it won't be
It's
too
not
bright.
super tall anymore.
I think we'd be okay removing
tall.
that from the vote as an aside. Because like I said, it is phase 2, and we have more time to address those concerns.
Yeah, I would suggest that's the case, and at a more appropriate time with better information, people can talk about super tall tower. That's phase 2 signage. Let's approve phase 1 signage.
Yeah,
today,
and we're okay.
if we can do that.
Although I will say, it's very helpful to me to hear your thoughts on these things, even now, because you're not going to be with us that much longer. It's something that's way beyond my area of expertise. And good design matters. There are so many places in Oklahoma City where friends and family will say, who let that happen? And, it's like, I don't want to have to answer, ooh, I did, It's like, it's, even if we do decide, and I'm perfectly all right with that idea, pushing off the tall tower to phase 2, because I'm like you, not holding my breath. But even if we do that, I would still like for us to have this discussion as we go along.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm not going anywhere today.
Today.
I know it's late, and people have things they need to get to, though. So should we click through this and you
I
can-
mean, if you want to, like I said, and I'm also good with limiting it on the residential to just 1 per face.
For elevation, I like that idea.
Like I said, I would ask that if you do limit it, that you limit it to 2 on the proposed hotel tower. Just knowing.
I personally agree with that, just because I think it makes sense.
Yeah, so I mean, so I'm okay with those limitations if that provides better guardrails for you guys.
It certainly does.
Okay.
All right, so we can go, so that's the tower identity. And now like I said, now we just go level by level. And so basically, like I said, we've just kind of identified where retail signage can happen. This is, obviously we're not gonna have a sign that goes from here all the way around. This is actually real tenant signage, brand names going in. And so we identify all the different locations and the different uses. Same thing, all no digital, internally lit. And then each one is broken down kind of to the, different area, different makeups. And like I said, as we get further into this section, we can go through it.
That's good.
Very
Let's do
definitive.
5 seconds a slide, like do 1 sentence a slide.
Okay,
and we'll tell you to stop if someone has a question.
So again, no digital. And then it just shows where a sign could be. Like I said, if this tenant is just, 20 feet wide, he gets 16 feet of sign at max, And so it's literally per tenant, per use. And so it's all broken down. And like I said, this just goes around level 1, and then the next section is level 2. It just shows you, like I said, where a hotel sign could be. They still have, like I said, all the requirements to meet. And then this just repeats on level 2. You can see.
Go back one slide.
Sure. This is the view standing on Reno.
And so from the ground to about the bottom of where it says tenant residential hotel, that's 80
That's the
feet?
80 feet that I've been talking about. And so, like I said, there's 1, 2, the third level is only on the hotel side, and it's mostly hotel uses. And then this is all parking. And then same on this side, there's parking from this level up to this level as well. And so we'll get to the LED signage, which is different than the tenant sign.
Okay.
And so, like I said, this, as you move up, there's just, we really only have retail on the inner level. It's all accessible from inside this area. So hotel signage and some retail signage. Same goes through, how you determine the height and width of it. Digital's not required or not allowed. Go to level 3. This is just the elevation of level 2. Same, so we go all the way around, identify every area we think there'll be a sign. And then this goes into level 3, like I said, which is basically hotel level, meeting rooms, that kind of stuff. They may not even have a sign, for it.
Good.
Yeah. So, same thing, digital not allowed, and then it just breaks down the different sign types, hotel, residential, hotel, tenant, total area. And so so I think you get, like I said, this is just, I think they're talking about a restaurant up on the upper level, so I don't know they'd put a sign up there because it's not going to be that tall. So they might want a sign, down low for it, but just some allowance for Sky Restaurant. And then here's the section I'm talking about where it talks about prohibited signs. So this goes into the very specific, similar to your sign code, on every sign, how it can look, what's allowed, what's not allowed, storefront signs. And so this is where it kind of controls it, the manufacturing of the signs, basically. So you can have backlit, front lit, not lit. And so this controls the signage on the site, other than the LED sign, which is the next section. So it goes in. We have some blade signs just down on the retail level, and then the last one is the podium LED signs. Like I said, we kind of identify externally facing and internally facing. One can argue this is all external facing because you could see it. I don't think we're not asking for any difference between the two, so in terms of what's allowed or approvals. And then it just goes through, same thing. These are just maximum areas. We're just showing, we haven't worked out every detail, and there's just some realities that come to, you can't put it on every square inch of every facade.
I think it would be a good idea if you would, I know this would be probably a total pain, but if you would revise these where you use the terminology LED to read EMD. That's what we're used to. That's how we think of it. So I think it'll keep it from becoming confusing.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that. This is just showing you examples of, what we're trying to create here. And like I said, I think, if you look at some of the renderings for the arena and the new multi-purpose arena, they have similar graphics down at the plaza levels, really to engage it's really more for the local, a block or two away, you're not going to see these signs.
Is A8, the sign listed as A8, is that the Reno frontage? Or It's back on the,
Oh, sorry.
the A8 section, the 26,000 square feet. Is that Reno?
Probably, let's see. No, this is the one that I was saying, this is on the free, no, it's not.
Okay, that's the railroad track.
The
side.
railroad side.
Okay, that's
It's-
fine.
Yeah, I've just separated it to either or
Got it.
both, but limited to the area that's
Okay.
identified. So, like I said, it's a big blank wall right now, and so it'd be nice to create some visual interest out of the trains and, like I said, the arena. And so this is, like I said, this is just kind of showing what we're thinking. And then it just breaks it down, same thing, to just where they could, where each one of those can, this just aligns with the square footage. And so they would be within those areas, not necessarily the full area. And so we same thing, we just break it down side by side, showing an elevation, a blow up, so you kind of see where it's at. And then this, like I said, just was kind of the summary, which said, the original SPUD was approved about 430,000 square feet of signage. The max we'd ever get to is 300. That's if we put every sign in every square inch that we show, which is really not the intent, like you said. Dan, I think you understand that, like, we're going to make it look good at the end.
Yeah,
that
I
was
know.
kind of your comment.
I'm not
like-
trying to give you a hard time.
No,
but-
just because we can doesn't mean we will.
Yeah.
Kind of, so.
I understand that, but then at
No, I
the same
understand.
time, you see where
Yeah.
we're sitting. It's like, just because in writing,
Yes.
sometimes people do.
I understand.
But look, I've caused enough difficulty here, and I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the package you put together, and there's a lot of information. It's hard to make it simple to digest. And I think you've done a good job of that, anyways. At the end of the day, my only comment on this is I do think it would be prudent to limit the building signage to one per face on the residential, two per when I say per face, I mean per elevation,
Right.
and two on the hotel.
I'm okay
And
with
if you're
that.
okay with
Yeah.
that, I think that'd be my only comment.
And then pull out the tall tower.
And then tall tower to be approved at a later date.
Yep.
I do want to make the comment that you did put together a very good package. I reviewed it last night, and it was, you put a lot of work and effort into it, and I appreciate that. The one thing I do want to point out here is, and I understand the intent not to use all the square footage, but we're talking about almost 7 acres of signage at 300 and some thousand square feet, just to kind of put that in perspective. The 30-foot letters, and I just pulled up something on my phone, at 1,000 feet viewing distance, it's recommended, I think, a 2.5-foot letter from AI, and we all know how accurate AI is, but.
The 2.5-foot letters?
Yeah, that's what it says for 1,000 feet.
My
But,
eyes are not that good.
I don't know, it's a lot for me to bite off.
Remember,
tonight.
they're maximums.
In Houston that's got. It's only 13 stories, so I think it's maybe, I can't remember, 178 or 100, I mean, it's 200 feet tall maybe. And it's got 30-inch high letters on it.
30
And it's
foot.
just a normal
30-inch?
apartment. Yeah, 30-inch
30
letters.
foot or inch?
30 inches.
Like the foot and a
Yes.
2.5 feet?
Yes.
For a 200 or a
Well, it's 14 stories, so I'm trying to, but it's around 200, under 200 foot threshold. But I'm just saying 30 inches, and that was just a building that was just built, and they're big for that building. I'm just trying to give an example.
I mean, I think the
of
50
real
on the
world.
super tall is out, but if we want to reduce it to 25 or a little bit less, like I said, I think the width is going to drive it before it gets to those heights.
Yeah.
But we're okay dropping it a little bit if that's makes you
I
more
was
more
looking at
comfortable.
the letters, like the skyline signs for the BOK Tower, for example, and the Bank First, I think. They're the new one at 499, so BOK is about a story high. So that's what they're the top of the, so it's, what
Maybe
is that,
15.
12 feet.
12 to 15.
I didn't mean to say that's the height I think these should be. I'm good
No.
with your heights. I just was for an example.
And I'm not trying to say 30 foot's wrong, I'm just trying to wrap my head around a 30-foot ladder.
You have me wondering if it isn't wrong. I mean, how tall is the ceiling? And you saying that 12 foot
Probably
for
20,
I remember
25.
it's
maybe?
taller than this whole room. The letters are taller than this whole
Yeah,
room.
but the thing's gonna be at 2,000 feet in the air.
We're not talking about the tall tower now, are we? 30
So if you
30
want
feet's
to
the short
reduce it on the
buildings.
lowers,
We're talking about the hotel and the residential.
It'd be totally different if we're talking about at the top of the tall tower. We're talking, if we're talking,
I think that one's at 50, that's the only one at
Yeah,
50.
that
So
was at
If
50.
you want to take the rest to 20, we'll probably be
If I
able to do
remember
that.
right, Bank First was 14 feet.
They
That's what
said.
we granted the variance for.
14-foot letters.
Yeah, at Bank First.
And that, okay, yeah.
Which one?
And that's up at the top of the Bank First Tower?
Yeah.
That's taller than these short buildings, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The short building, yeah, the two residentials are 350, and I mean, the hotel's currently 350 now, but likely is going to.
And let me say this, what Bank First did, more of a traditional, like, office building, there it is. They're trying to make this more exciting. The Oak is whatever it is, Times Square, whatever. So I get it could be unusually large compared to Bank First, but make sure it's not, to your point, Bobby, what is extraordinarily,
I can just tell you that sometimes we need a little more height
Super tall?
for a logo type, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I get that.
You know what I mean? So what happens is the logo, when you limit heights,
Yep.
You gotta ask
you know,
back
your
there, too.
logo's this big and then your letter's smaller, so.
That's kind of what I was talking about earlier, you know, when you're talking about the actual lettering. If you're talking about something that has a background to it, the logo, and then the lettering is, you know, but
Yeah, I think the other thing that we should keep in mind is signs, these signs are very expensive, so they only want to make them as big as they have
No, yeah.
to be to work for where the viewing is. So I'm kind of,
on the other hand,
I don't know.
I'm just,
you know, the number of times that people.
I think reading a
got
sign
permission
2,000
to do
feet in
things
the
and decided that they didn't need to go that big.
Almost never.
What
I'd be
about-
happy to limit it to 20 for the lower
If
anyway.
he's saying that, that seems reasonable, because then if for some reason they needed it, you'd be able to come back and say, actually, here's the logo that technically
Absolutely.
we need for the 30 feet. And
Yeah.
so to keep them from doing something crazy that would be for a shock value that we would
I'm okay
regret.
with that on the lower ones. Like I said, I think you need that height on the high one. Would they, I mean, who knows if they put a sign up? It's going to be in the clouds half the time.
I don't even know how you read a sign. I'm perfectly fine with the high one. It just,
Yeah.
in my head, I've started looking at the proportions and then started thinking about the actual
It's
height.
a fair comment.
You taking his offer on the change it to 20 foot though?
I feel a lot more comfortable with 20%, but that's a 1/3 reduction.
Okay.
I think it's okay for the taller, I mean, the shorter towers, like you said, because the most it's going to be is 499, which the FAA has approved. So, you know, they're all, you know, it's shorter than Devon. I think that's at 850.
Okay. And then, so there would be no EMD above plus or minus 80 feet.
I call it the podium level, just like I said, because it's,
I mean,
yeah. I mean, if you're going to make that as a comment, I would just say above, none above the podium level, because that's really what it's intended. It's really to, I mean, create a different vibe, you know, kind of an active vibe, and to help screen, you know, 7 levels of parking that we're putting above the retail.
I felt better than I thought I would at the end of this discussion, honestly. I mean, this is a lot of information. Are we taking any action on this today?
Yeah, we're approving.
Yeah, this is it, right?
what did we discuss on, I know you talked about limiting the number of signs on the lower building, or on, is the residence tower?
Yeah, the 2 residential towers, 1 per side is fine. And then on the hotel, we'll just call it the hotel tower, I asked for 2.
I think
Per
so.
side.
I think so.
Yeah, yes.
So in the residential towers would be a total of 4 signs.
If they, yeah, only 3 were shown, maximum anyway, so, and they probably wouldn't put it on the inner side. Like I said, I'm not sure where they'll put it. If it was me, I'd be putting it probably north and west facing and not east and south, just because of the buildings.
Then let's circle back just for a minute. Are we wanting to take out the tower and leave it as part of Phase 2? Or do we feel like we want to take some action on that today? No, we do not.
I
Okay,
think we felt better leaving it out.
okay.
That's what I would.
Phase 1 is far more important. So if we can get through Phase 1, it's worth removing Phase 2. So.
So,
Well, does someone want to make a motion? You want me to make an attempt at this?
I think you have the best handle on it.
I had my...
And in honor of your last meeting, we'll let you have the last.
Last motion, last meeting of the day, and I had these things written down, and now I've lost the paper that I had them written on. I just changed pages, but we are. I'm going to move to approve the signage or the SPUD 1613 SP01 with the following technical evaluations. TE1 is to limit limit residential tower signage to 1 per elevation, to limit hotel tower signage to 2 per elevation, and to remove Phase 2 signage from this package. So Phase 2 signage is not approved today. We're approving Phase 1 signage only, as indicated on the site plan, divisions between Phase 1 and Phase 2.
There's one other that we rename it to EMD.
And we'll rename LED signs to EMD signs to more accurately reflect them. And are we limiting the height of characters, of letters on the hotel and tower?
To 20 feet.
Hotel and residential tower signage to 20 feet maximum.
So then is there also as part of this that we are going to see specific signage in smaller package forms as they come forward? Do we need to specify that as part of this process, or is that already built into the process?
So any future signage will have to adhere to the document you're approving with the changes, and then those get submitted to the city for sign permit review in accordance with this. Anything outside of this would have to come back to you.
So we won't see it again.
So we won't see it again.
Right. I mean, otherwise, like logistically, you'd be looking at 16 square foot signs
Super tall towers
hundreds
and
of
stuff.
times over,
Yeah,
which
I
I
don't
don't
wanna
think is
do
what the
that.
planning staff wanted.
I don't want to do that.
Your
think we've done
your
what
staff
we can do
enforces
today, at least.
what this says, basically. No different than today.
There's a lot to bite down on, though.
It is. That's the motion.
Well, I'd like to add
I like the
one
motion.
more TE, that there's no EMD signage allowed above the podium level.
Okay,
Yes, yes.
TE5,
Just- yes.
to read, no EMD signage allowed above podium level.
Okay,
We agree.
Okay.
good.
Okay.
All right, so I have a motion from Commissioner Govine to approve the item subject to the technical evaluations. It's been seconded by Commissioner Harrison. Please cast your votes. And that is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for bearing with us.
Oh, absolutely.
I hope it was.
For your patience.
I hope it was worth a missed flight.
It's okay.
Oh, we make you miss your flight.
It's all right. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll go in the morning. This was worth it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And consideration.
Okay. Additional items, communications and reports, Planning Commission committees, there are none. Planning Commission members,
Well, of course, we hate to say goodbye to Commissioner Govine. I hope your reunification with your family goes well and is happy, and it's great that it's Christmas and all that, but we sure will miss you.
Well, thank you.
Think about us sometimes.
Oh, I will, for sure.
You've been a wonderful source of information and help to me during your time here, so I will definitely miss having that resource, as well as your charming personality.
Thank you, thank you.
Commissioner Meek, Commissioner Privet.
Bye, Dan.
Other than see it in and odd that we bumped lives across twice now, but maybe again.
Oh, yes, yes.
Commissioner Harrison?
Safe travels, enjoyment, and thank you for the time. Just watch us on YouTube, text me what I'm doing wrong, and everything will be just fine.
Sure. Are you saving me for the last?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I also want to say I've been here with you for a long time, so it's been a pleasure. Appreciated the professionalism when we've had disagreements. They've never been ugly. They've always been very healthy, so thanks for all that. And I didn't know this was your last meeting, or I would have been maybe a little more deferential today. I didn't know.
Rusty, that's what makes it fun. That's,
It has been.
And
It's been good. It's been a pleasure.
Appreciate it. Well, yeah,
Well, hold on, I'll let you have the last word. So, yeah, I just want to echo what everyone said, and your views and insights have been invaluable to this commission, and so those will be missed. And then I was talking with Jeff, we'd like to appoint you to like special envoy to UK planning, so we'll have some check-ins.
Happy to do it. Well, yeah, thank you, Nate. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate all the sentiments, and yeah, I'm physically leaving Oklahoma City, but not spiritually, and I'll always be connected to this place. And my parents are still here, and my job's still here. I just happen to be doing it in London, so I'm still working on Oklahoma City projects. You may even see me on that side of the Oval at some point, for all I know. But I'll certainly be back, on a fairly regular basis. But yeah, to what you said too, it's been a very rewarding experience, and we learn from each other. So I think I've learned so much by doing this, and I think that's been the best part of it. And not only from, you learn from the people on this Oval, you learn from your community, you learn about the city. And it makes you a better citizen. So I think we should be really proud in Oklahoma City at how well our city government works, because there's a lot of places that it's not like this. And we have some really talented and dedicated staff and well-meaning individuals that believe in this city and support this city. So I'm proud to be a part of it, and it's been a great experience. So maybe. I'd be happy to do it again. So thank you all very much. That's all from me.
Thank you. Planning Department?
Just thanks, Dan. We would love it if you would be doing it again. You've been part of a great commission, and so your perspective has been really appreciated. London's a nice town. I've been there once, so say hi to the king for me. But that's all I have.
Municipal Counselor's Office? No. I do not see any citizens to be heard. No other business. We are adjourned. Thank you.